Hello and welcome. I'm Mercy the Game Master, here the Monster, and welcome to the Kingdom of Rin. Quick look at our map there. If you're not familiar with our campaign, we play Dungeons & Dragons 3.5, but even if you don't know anything 3.5, that's okay. Of course, for the most part, enjoying a D&D show is more about the narrative and the story of our heroes and whatnot, so hopefully you can have a good time no matter what. We play in a low magic, low level setting, kind of gritty difficulty, kind of a la epic fantasies like Lord of the Rings and whatnot. And we just recently wrapped up the Battle of Capstone, which was a 7-session long battle with over 2,000 belligerents. It was super cool, really challenging, a lot of fun, and a big, big thank you to everybody in our community that made that happen. If you're already watching on YouTube, of course, you know that our videos are on YouTube. But if you did not know, you can find all of our previous sessions on youtube.com/HereThereBeMonsters. Before I get into kind of the recap of things, a few quick bits of news to catch up on. One, we have a super secret D&D project coming to YouTube sometime in October. I don't know exactly when yet. We're working really hard on it, but it's not a session video. It's not a character backstory. An all new thing that I am so excited about. So make sure your notifications are on. And as far as other projects that I'm very excited about, if you did not know, the Kingdom of Rin is now occupied by 2 adventuring parties. So we have the Kingdom of Rin campaign, the one that you are here for today, and the Rin Chronicles campaign, which is being hosted by Etma of the Mortal Woes. And that is a whole nother project that is adventuring in our campaign setting within our timeline, and things that our parties do may affect the world and the setting for our other party, which I'm pretty excited about. Each group will be pursuing their own quests and tasks and challenges and making their own decisions and whatnot. So sometimes they'll be in the same places and sometimes they won't. But they started at the Battle of Capstone and will be heretofore diverging. Let's see, what else to promo? If you are not aware, we have a way for everyone to participate in the world of Rin. And that's partly because, of course, we can only fit so many people in our campaigns. So if you, that's right, you would be interested at all in contributing to our world, you can join our Discord, discord.gg/HereThereBeMonsters, and work with Spio, also of the Mortal Woes, actually. They've been helping us expand our world a lot, to make an NPC that'll look something like this, somewhere in the world of Rin. So you can choose anywhere in the world of Rin where you want your business to be and whatever kind of business that you want it to be. You can be in one of the major towns, you can be in a smaller settlement, you could be out in the wilderness. Could even be elsewhere if you really wanted to. And it's a whole lot of fun. The whole goal of the system is to be pretty light touch. So we didn't want it to be too big of a commitment for Spio because, of course, he has his own projects both with us and for the Mortal Woes. And also for the players, we wanted it to be something that anybody could get into regardless of your experience role-playing. You never have to have role-played before. The character sheet, as you can see there, is really stripped down, just really basic. Come up with a name. You know, what racial background do you want to have? What are a couple of basic personality traits? And what are a few things that they are good at? And then also a similar sheet for your business really quickly, but it's really basic. So it's like you can either work directly with Spio, it takes like maybe 10 minutes to do with him, or there's a little form that you can fill out, and then Spio will take all the info from the form and create your business for you and generate a little bit of art and everything. So it takes about 10-ish minutes to set up the first time, and then it's like 5 minutes every month. It's really quick in and out. You just get to do a dice roll for whether or not your business is profitable, do some really light role-playing with Spio, and this is all just done in Discord text, so you don't have to worry about scheduling or anything. And then, depending on your roleplay and your dice rolls, he'll tell you, about how your business did and give you a little bit of flavor, and then your business will make or lose money, and then you can use that money to do things like join or leave guilds, hire additional staff, try and open new locations, pay off your business loan, what have you. So it's a really fun way to involve more people in the world of Rin, and our player characters in our parties may periodically patronize those businesses that are owned by all of you. So thank you again to the Mortal Woes, and specifically for this project, Spio, for helping do that. Thank you to everybody who has been running businesses. Don't forget to do your September rolls. We're almost out of time. And if you want to join us and set up another business, as Spio just said in chat, it's an easy process for sure. So head to discord.gg/HereThereBeMonsters and look for the Townsfolk channel. I think that's it as far as news goes. So let's get into a quick recap of where we are, because it's been a little while since we played. I can't remember exactly when the last session was for Kingdom, but I mean, it was pre-subathon, right? Like 4 or 5 weeks ago. So it's been a little bit. So, all right, where are we and what in the world is going on? Well, we are at the frontier town of Capstone, which TLDR has been under attack by orcs. They came from the woods from the south side of Lake Capstone and surprise attacked the town in a number of ways. First of all, the people of the town became aware that this threat existed thanks to our player characters who had scouted out the orcish positions and came to report that they were coming. The orcs, however, were ready much before the defenders thought they would be. So the alarm bells rang, everybody rushed to the north wall of the city where they were originally discovered. And while they were reacting to that, Alondite, with the help of a priest from the Church of Banah, discovered that the dragon on the side of the mountain was in fact not a dragon, but was a line of orcs wielding torches. So our party was immediately pulled to help defend from the ambush coming down the mountain as a slew of our NPC allies led the defense of the town in the north. They successfully, although at great cost to the defending militia, managed to hold back the orcish ambush that was coming down the mountain. And then just as our player characters were thinking that they could return to the north and help with the battle proper, then they became alerted that there was a new threat, a foul voice on the air, if you will. And it turned out that there were orcish weather witches on a raft out in the middle of the lake who were forming some sort of ritual that seemed to be socking in the area with an otherworldly thick fog to cover the orcish movements and generally advantage them in the battle. Our heroic adventurers turned to the harbor and in a 1-2 punch discovered that there also was a whole nother platoon of orcs attacking, because what was happening was the weather witches were lifting the water from the lake to create the mist, which also lowered the level of water in the lake, allowing new orcs to enter the town's harbor on foot from the south. So with a heroic effort from Druge and the defending backup platoon and some help from Scath-Bais's guild, Nothrok Jubya, that ambush was held back as the rest of our player characters dealt with the weather witches out in the middle of the lake. So that was where the significant part of their input on the battle was for the first part. To the north, we had the defenders being led by some guest stars from the Mortal Woes, and Alondite were up north helping to reinforce areas along the main battle line that were struggling, to stop flanks from failing. And ultimately, though, despite the ambushes in the south being withheld, the battle in the north did not look like it was going well. It came down to the thick of it. Retreat was sounded. The final group of defenders was inside the walls of Capstone, regrouping. The orcs were breaking down the gates, climbing over the walls, and the orcs also had airborne troops using gliders jumping off of their siege towers. And as the battle really looked like it was turning against the defenders, Bridget, the marshal in charge of the defending militia, took a mysterious object from Nothrok Jubya's guild leader, Braun, rode it out into the middle of the battle, and flung it at the remaining orcish siege tower, which exploded in a cacophony of light and sound. That in and of itself did not break the orcish lines, but it did stem the tide of orcs getting over the walls a little bit. And with a final rallying speech, our defenders came together and just barely broke the orcs at the gates. With the help of our adventurers who had finished holding off the ambush to the south, they arrived from the harbor to help with the final kind of skirmish at the gates, and the orcs were routed. That was as quick as I could be. I know that was like 5 minutes anyway, but there was a lot. It was a really cool battle. Highly encourage you to go back and check out the videos on our YouTube channel. So that is where we pick up. Alondite had ridden his horse, Amina, out to see what became of Bridget out at the tower, and found her amongst the ruins of the tower, and lended her his horse, which she used to ride back through the gates of town. And we pretty much left off with her collapsing on Amina's back, and the battle at great cost being won.
The peace was lasting, long and true, from mountains to the ocean's blue. Man and elf and dwarf and gnome lived together, hearth and home. The cities grew, then kingdom came, the wise and true. Long may he reign. From cult to church, the truth was spread. The heretics were filled with dread. First they lied, and then they stole. The peace we had, no longer whole. They sought to kill and undermine, but truth was found before the time. We banished them, all but a few, then built ourselves a kingdom new, no longer marked by war and sin. Banar did give his grace to men. No gods, nor fiends, not great nor small, can penetrate his peaceful wall. From mountains to the ocean's blue, this peace will last us long and true.
All right, so yeah, we left off with some combination of Alondite, Amina, and Bridget stumbling their way back into the city gates here, and all the rest of you were more or less in that area, I do believe.
Yeah.
I'm not going to get too much, just for the sake of narrative, into moving around the various squads of minis and whatnot at this point. So we'll, kind of theater of the mind that they are kind of congealing around Bridget, and there's at first there's kind of like shock at how beat up she looks, and because as a reminder, not only did she get indirectly hit by that explosion, but she was flashed by falchions. There's at least one bolt stuck in her left, I believe, thigh. Her armor is partly shredded despite being plate. Like there are multiple cuts in it. She is hurt. She is beat up, and so everybody. At first she almost looks like dead woman. Well, I would say standing, but she's sitting at the moment. And then, as she does her best to kind of sit up and reposition herself and raise a fist into the air, that kind of allays people's fears, and a maybe somewhat timid, but a bit of a cheer goes up, and then people kind of gather together and help her down out of the saddle, and there's just this kind of shell-shocked silence, a bit of murmuring between people, nobody's really quite sure how to react. It's the first time in about 7-8 hours that anybody's had a chance to stop and think for themselves for a second. So we find ourselves in the early morning hours, 5:30, 6 a.m. on the second day of late spring 561. It had just recently been thundering and storming, and although that has subsided, it is still raining. So what's...
Oh, don't stand around. Get a healer. Where are the clerics?
Everybody, you kind of shock everyone out of their kind of collective dumbfoundedness, and then there's kind of an explosion of motion. A few people go running off towards the church. like a few people like grab her and start like doing their best to like help word I want not disrobe her, although I guess functionally that's what it is, but with armor or whatever, I can't think of the word I want, but like start to take off any of the armor that's in the way of any of the wounds and whatever. A few people kind of, like I said, as everyone's kind of snapping out of it collectively, a few people go around and start like checking wounded and going around and checking like orcs for signs of life. You occasionally in the background hear like a stab and a squelching sound as like somebody finishes off like a hurt orc or something. Doff. Yes, there we go. Dawn and Doff. I was stuck on Dawn and I was like, I know that's not right.
All right, my allergies are killing me. I'm gonna be right back.
Yeah, you're good. And she's kind of somewhere between like kind of like trying to wave people off, but like also like knowing that she's hurt, of course. And I guess you just have to see the church, of course, had already been deploying their clerics pretty liberally to help people hurt during the fighting, but we'll see in a moment what the result of that is going to be. Anybody else?
I go looking for Braun.
Baheer goes running for a cleric also.
But he went running for food, I thought.
He says allergies were bothering him.
Oh.
You want to find... Okay, so I mean, Braun is still in this general area.
Oh, yeah, so I go find Braun and talk to him.
Oh.
Once it's my turn.
Sure. Well, yeah, I mean, I was going to kind of bounce around a little bit, so...
All right. So I approach him.
Okay.
And I kind of give a very rare, sly kind of side smile and just... I presume that light show that I saw from the harbor was your doing, some way, shape, or form.
So you come up to him. He's kind of leaned to the side, legs crossed at the ankles, like kind of chewing on like a piece of grass sort of thing, against one of the buildings, kind of on the far side of the square here by the gates. And he gives you a little smirk as you walk up and kind of like faux tips his hat that he's not wearing to you as you come walking up, and then you say that, and he kind of makes like almost like an accused face. He's like, me? Whatever would make you think that?
Whatever it was, would it have survived that explosion? Should I be looking for you?
He like flashes you a big grin, and then is, like sees that you're just kind of cutting to the chase, and he's like, Brug's like, I honestly don't know. I wasn't even entirely sure what it would do, but I had it, and I figured if the whole town's about to burn down, might as well see what it does.
I'm with him.
I'll go look.
All I knew was that it was magical, and as you know, I don't really magic, but I had somebody look at it, and they said that it was or like talkative. Can't remember what the word was, but yeah. So I figured, we'd see what happened, and apparently, gestures broadly, that happened.
I'll go look around for 5.
That would be one.
Not holding out much hope because white. But I did set fire to some boats while I was out there.
Excellent. I don't suppose any of our competitors' boats while you were at it.
Yes. Fortunately, product that my friend and I had created we'll make more.
He like visibly gags a little bit when you say that. It's like, terribly sorry to hear that, but I am sure for better or for worse that he will try again.
We'll improve then I just take off
Okay.
out.
And he just kind of like slips off into the shadows. He's not necessarily looking to like further associate himself with that
What's
explosion
going on?
if he doesn't have to. Okay.
We're not really in combat or anything.
No. Yeah, I was just going to kind of rotate through folks and let people kind of set the scene for what they wanted to do in the aftermath there.
Grudge out.
Okay. So while she's doing that, anybody else? For Baheer, Alondite kind of like kicked everyone into motion, and people went to try and find medical aid for Bridget, and just kind of like generally kickstarted the post battle actions, and then Scath-Bais went and talked to Braun.
I heard. I had my
Okay.
headphones on still. But here, probably like after being out of the gate and like getting like a glance at like the carnage that was out there, it'll probably like come in and like come up to the windmill like he's at and kind of like throw his sword into. It's probably like pretty muddy out now.
Yeah.
Like into the mud.
Sorry. Can you? I'll say my thing before you're done. Go ahead.
Yeah, he'll just throw his sword into the mud and kind of like sink down, like with his back against the wall, like exhausted, and kind of put his head in his hands, like trying to think.
Yeah, and it's still, it's still raining. It's not. Dang it. Got a beard hair or something trying to make its way into my mouth.
So glad
it's not raining as hard as it was, but it's still, we're not misting either. Like it's still actively raining on you, so you might catch a teeny bit of respite underneath the little bit of overhang from the like side of the roof on the side of the windmill there.
I think he's so covered in probably like blood and stuff at the moment, he doesn't care.
Yeah, fair enough.
Before I make my way out of the gate, I'm pretty sure I still have a potion on me. I toss it to her. Like in the event that we can't find a healer for her, I have one. Then I make my way out the gate.
Okay. Yeah, I believe you have no.
I had the one left. I had one.
Okay.
Because
I thought you had offered because you had the one from Rubato that I thought then got used during the fight by somebody.
No, we had two.
Yeah, we had two. I used mine on her.
Mine didn't.
Got it. Okay. I knew that Scath-Bais was somehow involved in potion use, but I couldn't remember.
Yeah.
Only if you can't find a cleric, though. We need that if we need it, but if they need it more, it's fine.
Those were expensive.
It'll be fine. I'm sure we're getting more money.
They were expensive. I paid for them.
It'll be fine. We'll get more money at some point.
I'm just laying on the cobblestones, just enjoying the rain dripping on my face. I'm so tired.
Okay. How about Druge?
I know I've touched on it a couple times over the previous episodes, but like this being his first major clash, he's had little bouts here and there with maybe one or two other people. And then we did have the run-in with a couple of camps, but he's still kind of shell-shocked by the thousands that he saw, rush the town. And he's like split. He's like takes a step towards everyone else, toward the front of the gate is and all those folks, and then he like stops and turns around and looks and is like, oh, but my mom, and then he's going back and forth, and then decides to move up to the front and help, provide what, because he's tapped out, he can't heal nobody, but help provide what aid he can to those at the front of the gate, and then also to like, if there's any extra orcs that are like on their last legs to kind of help put them out of their misery.
You can still do heal checks, like stable. right?
Yeah, I think that's kind of what he's describing.
I think
but
anyone,
a little bit more
yeah,
broadly.
anyone can do that. But I can't. I don't have any spells to heal people.
Got it.
Beyond stabilizing. So, I think for this moment, this is like a big shift in his like frame of mind. You know, it's the first time he's like, I'll worry about my mom later. You know, that was always at the forefront of his mind, of his thought process. And this is the first time he's like, I love my mom, but you know, there's more to life than just my mom. Let me help everyone else out. And then and go from there.
Okay. Yeah, no, I dig that. Well, and also, you know, it's not like it's mutually exclusive. Like having his scope widened, like his mom's still inclusive of that, right? So like, but yeah, no, I love the way they describe that. Thank you. I think that's really good. You know, like kind of coming to grips with the fact that like, oh, like dealing with bad guys isn't just like a quick punch up with a couple other folks.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, I dig that. Thank you. And then of course, the elven emissaries you still see kind of working their way among folks. Elathril using Princess especially to help pull the little medical sled thing that he had to pull folks over that are like more grievously injured over to the church, and like offering what aid he can. He's also magically tapped out, but of course he is a skilled herbalist as well. Evandal's probably one of the most motivated orc stabbers, as people are going around checking on people.
Inhuman stabber.
That too.
And yeah, I don't know. I don't have a good grasp on necessarily what Reyna might be doing there, but you see her milling about, with folks trying to kind of dispense wisdom and help people, push a little bit of debris out of the way here or there, or like help lead someone over to to get medical aid. Alondite, you want high or low?
I feel like I've exhausted my high rolls, so let's go low.
Okay. Oh, you were so close. I was gonna say there's a 30% chance that they managed to find somebody that still has like mana available to them for healing. So it's cutting it so close. A minute or two later, a couple of soldiers, well, not even really soldiers, right? A couple of militiamen come, kind of trotting back up to the group and kind of like give a quick bow of their heads to you, and they're like, "I'm sorry, my lord. Right as we arrived, the clerics had just expended the last of their magics. We're gonna have to do the best that we can."
Then help me get her to the church where she can lay down and rest. We can give her the care that she needs.
How close do you think you would be to her? Like physically?
You're talking distance, or
yeah.
I would be within arm's reach of my horse. So she's on my horse. Then
she got helped down, but she's probably still pretty close there.
Nah, I'm gonna make this sentimental, and I'm not gonna give that potion until she's like lying down and resting.
Okay. She so if you're that close to her, she hears. Well, actually, hold on. I like to have NPCs participate in the dice rolling also.
You don't hear nothing.
Yeah, actually hear you. That's funny. What's her listen? Oh, wow. She has really good listen. Okay, she does hear you.
But the tinnitus in her ear from the whoosh.
Oh my gosh, right?
So so you start trying to kind of like corral people to help kind of do like not a fireman's carry, but I can't think what they call that. Like the 2-person like rescue carry where you like make a bench out of your forearms and like sit somebody up on it, and then they put their arms over your shoulders. And like as you start kind of trying to direct people around, she turns and gives you like a bit of a weak smile, but kind of stops and kind of like swats everyone away from her for a second and kind of like stands there, like closes her eyes, like thinking for a moment. And then she she like turns back to Alondite and is like, help me back up on the saddle.
Marshall, forgive me, and I may be out of line, but you need to rest. Your duty has been done for today.
She like there's no smile or anything here. She like looks you straight in the eyes and she's like, I've had enough of people disobeying me today. Get me up in the saddle.
Is the disobedient one in the area to hear that? Because that'd be really
she's still out front right now helping with kind of
Rosalind.
Like, what's going on out there. Yeah, Rosalind. And then when you don't like react immediately, she kind of like leans up against Amina, but starts kind of like looks over her shoulder, kind of pans around. She's like, "Won't anybody do what I say today?" and then like,
what is the command when you're not the command, when you feel unfit for duty and you need a temporary leave of absence after an extraordinary event? It's an actual military thing.
Convalescent leave?
I don't know that term.
R&R?
Not derelict. Yeah, maybe. No, it's not like derelict of duty, but just like.
I mean, you're not entirely wrong. At least convalescent leave, it says, is a type of non-chargeable leave that military members can receive to help them return to full duty after an illness, injury, or childbirth. So maybe.
I don't want to be sentenced like insubordination, but it's like, Marshal Bridget, I hereby sentence you to like being unfit for duty.
Do it.
Not being not of sound mind after such and such event.
Oh, this could end very poorly for Alondite.
Yeah, you want like I'm thinking back to like the old Harrison Ford movie Air Force One, when they want to form they try and convince the cabinet to call for like a vote of no confidence or something.
That's
like
what
that.
it is. It's a vote of no confidence
in the president's like ability to execute the duties of his office. Are you actually saying that?
Oh.
I'm going to look at is Commander Dunst in the area? Like
yeah.
Within visual range.
Yeah, he's like a little bit closer up by the gate, but yeah.
Okay, I'm going to say this with a little bit more sternness and like kind of look at Dunst and see if he gives any sort of reaction and say sort of.
Like you're probably like 50 feet away from him, so you would need to move to actually, or yell to like actually communicate with him.
Yeah. All right, here we go. Bam. Marshal Bridget, you have been under extreme duress. I extremely insist that you take some time for your own benefit.
I feel like Alondite's
and
gonna lose
ours.
his horse. He's gonna lose Amina and his knighthood in one hit. They get thrown in the brig, put in the stockade.
I think she'll understand his sentiment.
Oh, he didn't need to use the potion on himself.
What is there not a check for just like normal mounting? You just do it. I know there's fast mount.
Non-instant action. It's just an instant action. There's no movement benefit or unbenefit.
Right, but you don't have to make a check to mount your horse normally.
No, it's no longer if you do a fast mount, it doesn't count as an action.
Gotcha. Well, and Pixie's hopping up really quick. I want her to be able to enjoy the scenes too, so we'll take a breather for a quick second.
I can blow my nose so hard.
What'd you say? Oh.
Do I get any sort of look of disapproval or anything?
Well, I'm kind of like pausing time briefly because I want Pixie to not miss anything also.
Okay.
How far away are they from me? Are they like at the gate over here? Is that where they are?
No, they're kind of like where
Like
the crotch
middle?
of the
Okay.
that like Y in the path is.
Like I'm probably close enough to like see and like maybe not hear what's going on, but
Yeah, probably maybe not like the exact words that he's saying right now because he's just like, talking to somebody that's next to him. But
yeah.
Where the heck is Bridget? Any action?
I was looking for it earlier. I didn't see it.
Oh, actually, wait, shoot.
Oh, did
somebody
you
just-
make?
Hold on, I'm actually
did
going to
you
go ahead
do
and
the-
run those ads since we're waiting for a second anyway. Whoever that was that
Did
snoozed it, thank you.
Did you do the thing and got rid of the old one and then didn't put the other one in?
Maybe. Oh, hold on. Is she a unique mini?
Did you?
Oh, she's not. She actually should be. Crap.
Hmm.
I mean, I know what mini it is, so we can just rebuild her real fast if we need to, but... Unless, is she still out there? No. What the heck?
She is still out there. Yeah, she's
She's still on the ground out there. Okay, we just never grabbed her and moved her with various things that were happening. Okay. Is silly as it is to leave the knocked down horse there, I'll go ahead and grab that to you. Move together. I guess, yeah, we were kind of just like rushing to get things done at the end. Didn't stop to do that or anything. Hello, Music Man. Good timing. We're just finishing a quick impromptu break there.
Music Man.
There's 1 minute of ads left, actually, so I'm going to grab something from the other room and then we'll that thought.
Hey.
I don't know. Should I do it?
Do it.
I'm thinking of doing it.
Do what?
Don't worry about it.
Some shenanigans.
All right, I have 30 seconds. I'll be right back.
So Alondite's trying to get Bridget to go back to the church right now, right?
Yes.
Correct.
Okay, I'm back.
So
Oh,
that she could be healed and ready for anything else that is to come, rather than pushing herself to the absolute limit, which would then be less effective.
I mean, out of curiosity, like, what if she just wants to get on the horse to walk the horse over to the walk? Devil's advocate.
I only simply
Sorry.
mentioned that she needs assistance to get to said church. However, the assistance is given. That is totally up to the townspeople.
So what if she's on the horse to ride the horse over to?
Then that is the assistance that she chooses to pick. She did say that she is not going that way and that she wants to return to, I think she said anyway.
well, I didn't say anything specific about what she wanted to do. I just said that she asked you to help her get up on the horse. But so just to clarify, now that we're all caught up on things there, so you decided to stop short of like actually challenging her in that way, but you're like essentially pleading with her to not.
Exactly, yeah.
Okay.
And trying to confirm with Dunstan if he's giving me like any sort of like, don't do it, lad, or like, maybe you should push a little bit harder. Because I'm not in line of any command to take position, but someone else is.
Sure. So, like obviously you're putting the kind of surrounding militiamen in like a really awkward position too. They're like, well, like you are superior to them, but she is more superior to you. So like, what you see one or two people like kind of like take a step forward and then kind of like stop and kind of like side eye each other, like, and then one of them steps up and like gives her a hand, although it's still a little bit timid, and then she just straight up ignores you and like gets up on Amina's back, and like looks down at you and is like, your concern is appreciated, but there are things more important than my ego in this moment. And then like before you can say anything else, she kind of like takes her sword and kind of like clangs it on what left of her armor is still on, that hasn't either been like damaged beyond repair or doffed yet, and kind of like slowly circles Amina more or less just in place where she is, but just kind of like takes stock of the people that are here in the gates, the people that are just outside the gates.
Well, I think she's on Amina, right?
Well, she is now, yeah.
Oh, okay. During that whole interaction, I kind of like begrudgingly agree, and I give her the potion. I give her the potion saying this won't be as effective if you're dead.
that gets a little bit of a chuckle. So yeah, she just kind of like grabs it. She's just kind of cupping it in her hand for a moment as she's like doing that with the sword in her other hand, and just kind of like tries to get as many people's attention as possible. And when the majority of the folks that are at least kind of within easy earshot are are facing towards her, as some of the ones that are like closer to the gate on the outside are kind of like peering in through the door, and there's like several dozen like militiamen and officers and whatnot still around in this area. He kind of like clears her throat, like pauses for a second, like, thanks. And then again, just kind of slowly circling Amina to like face everyone. She says, brothers, sisters, friends, today we stand among the ashes of a hard-fought victory. The soil beneath our feet is soaked with the blood of the brave, our comrades, our kin, who gave everything to protect our future. We faced overwhelming odds, and though the cost was high, we did not falter. We who remain must now carry the torch they've passed to us. Their fight is over, but ours continues. Not with swords and shields, but with resilience and unity. We rebuild, we heal, And like as she says that, she like kind of like tips her head too, just a little bit. Not just for ourselves, but for them. Let their names be etched in the stone of this town's history, and let our actions honor their sacrifices every day. Go now to your loved ones. See to the fallen. See to your grief. Then tomorrow we celebrate a new dawn. And like every, like, you know, as she's talking, like there's kind of this like slow swell and like the energy in the crowd. And then as she goes to like get down from Amina, she says, "You are dismissed. We will guard the gate." And like she and Dunstan like go up and like she kind of like hobbles her way up, and Dunstan like starts to go to the other gate, and then like kind of stops, decides to like push his luck a little bit, and like comes up and kind of like positions himself kind of like up against her side just to help like give her a steady hand.
While that speech is going on, I'm going to sneak off.
Okay. And so that like there's you know, obviously different people had very different experiences like throughout the battle. You know, some people lost loved ones, some people saved loved ones, like some people you know, like kind of the whole spectrum of emotions. So there's a bit of a cheer, there's a bit of like, there's, you know, some people are just kind of silent, like some people start like filtering away to go like to their homes to check on things. You know, some of the other captains and officers kind of like coalesce around the marshal and their commander at the gate. Selena, the day commander, heads to the west gate, and then Albert, the night commander, kind of like starts making his way around, kind of like shooing people away, like issuing an order here or there when one needs to, and then like before too many people get out of earshot, he like stops, like kind of like cups his hand just to yell up to everybody, and he's like, the Capstone militia hereby lays claim to like all the spoils of war. Like any looting that has happened thus far will be given amnesty as long as you like offload your gains within the 10-day, but no further looting is to occur. And then kind of goes back around about like, you're just like quietly trying to see to some degree of administration like within town, you know, like making sure like, hey, like, you know, kind of trying to like pull a few people aside where like Bridget can't necessarily quite as obviously see them, like, hey, like, you know, you go like check on the harbor, like you go check on the camp, like just kind of like taking care of some of the like logistical things that, you know, need to be done beyond the fact that just there's currently 2 holes in the north wall.
I'm at the tower.
Okay.
I'm gonna look around at the actual tower that's still sitting and see if I can see like an impact point.
I mean, there's not much left of it.
Got it.
But make a wisdom check.
Ooh, 17. 17.
Okay. Yeah, so you're able to kind of intuit from the you know, blast pattern, if you will, like, okay, well, the east side of it is like the most intact, so that was probably the furthest away. You know, and like, oh, it kind of looks like things like collapsed like outwardly this way to the west, so like that was probably where the explosion originated.
Okay. I'll go to west. I'm just gonna kind of search the areas, like heading towards the west for any like fragments of something or anything that might be in that area.
Okay. Just to be clear, west this side.
Yeah.
Okay.
I just hadn't moved.
Yeah, that's fine. Okay. Yeah, make me a search check.
Aha! I like search checks.
And as we kind of like fade away from that
That's
other
a 29.
scene, while Scath-Bais is doing that, you like once they get up to the gate, you see like Dunstan, like grab Bridget by the wrist and like kind of like clasp it and kind of like shake her arm a little bit, and then you see her like shoulders kind of slump a little bit, and then she motion.
My search check was a 29.
Jesus. Okay.
19 plus 10.
Good Lord.
Beautiful.
That's like my diplomacy.
Right?
Ah.
Okay. So the destruction is pretty significant. There are orcs and parts of orcs, and most of a horse, and most of a siege tower, and
Most of a horse.
the areas, and like a small crater in the ground, and like the area is absolutely decimated. But you as you kind of pick through the rubble and kind of again, because your insight from your wisdom check was also pretty good, so you're kind of like, okay, like it looks like it wouldn't be like the explosion appears to, because like I said, the far wall is what's mostly intact, and also the lower far wall is what's the most intact, so probably that was the furthest away from the explosion, so it probably hit on the high near wall. So you pretty quickly like narrow down your search area, and then right as you're about to kind of give up on it, like, well, I guess it makes sense that the explodey thing exploded, you kind of like kick one more board out of the way, and then like see a silvery glint of metal underneath it.
I pick it up.
Okay.
Well, I look around to see if anyone's near me first.
Not immediately. There are people kind of like, there's a small group of people that kind of gave like, I don't want to say half-hearted, but like half-effective chase to the orcs, because of course like the orcs are running and they have a head start, and the humans are running and they're like not really catching up to them.
Well, I'm still gonna kind of do a sleight of hand pickup of the thing.
Okay.
To be safe.
Yeah, I mean, go ahead and roll sleight of hand.
That's a 14.
Okay.
I pick up whatever it
Holy
is.
yeet.
I put it in like one of my inside cloak pockets.
Okay. I guess you wouldn't necessarily know this, but I'm just going to say it for the sake of all of us remembering for the future. Like it is noted that, someone matching your description is out there, but they're too far away to like exactly what you're apparently.
And then I start to head back in, but as I do, I kind of go over one of the orcs and I just stab it with one of the daggers.
Okay.
And then spit on it and then walk away.
Are you bothering to find one that looks like it's still alive, or are you just stabbing the nearest?
I just stab the nearest. I don't care.
Okay.
I'm dirty. I'm frustrated. My friends almost died. My alcohol is gone.
One did die.
True. I guess I before I pocket it, I kind of look at it to see that.
Oh, yeah. That reminds me. I need a list of the updated numbers.
Yeah, unfortunately, the character sheets just got to me a bit too late to get that organized the way that I wanted to. So when I've got a minute, when someone else is describing what they're doing, I'll try and get that.
Wait, does it look intact?
Oh, at last.
Before I put it away.
Well, I don't know that you didn't know what it looked like in the first place, but so you don't know if it necessarily looks how it did, but it does in fact look to be one piece of metal. Yes.
I just put it in my pocket and I start heading back towards the gates. I'm sure Braun is back at the guild by now.
Big of a pocket do you have? It's like bigger than a softball. Well, about the size of a softball, I think is what I said. But either way, it's pretty big.
Because I put it in my bag. I've got like a fanny pack pouch thingy slung. Put it in that.
Okay.
I head back towards the gate and see if I can track down Braun. Where'd I go?
Yeah, as the speech was going on and Alondite was over there having a chat with Bridget and them, I realized most of the people from the church were not in the church currently. So I sat up and snuck my way over to the church.
Okay.
All right. Make a hide and a move silently check.
So I thought you were actually joking about that. I didn't think you were serious.
Yeah, so hide is 29.
Jesus.
And with the speech going on, I hope I can get some sort of bonus to the move silently, but that's a 15.
First month. Are you?
Okay. So yeah, what's your process?
Well, I'm just gonna nonchalantly walk over towards the church and see if I can get into somebody's office and look for a couple of books.
Are you whistling while you do this?
Oh my gosh.
Oh my gosh.
Oh.
I know people are a little busy at the moment, so
Everybody's trying to push buttons today.
those books don't belong to the church.
I mean, I didn't push buttons. I was doing what I was told by, or I was doing what I promised to my guild leader. I'm doing exactly
I'm just
what I was
burning
told.
in the corner.
True.
Yeah, but here's just like, I'm hiding from the raid.
But whatever. A significant portion of you.
What did Druge do?
Whatever. 40%. Leave me alone. Yeah, I mean, kind of, you have to be a little bit conscientious and, pick your moments a little bit, but, between the hustle and bustle and, especially in the church, which at the moment is essentially acting as a hospital and, and also you're pretty small and, it would probably be bright out at this point if it wasn't raining, but it is. So it's like also fairly dark. So, a lot of what's going on is being done by candlelight and firelight and whatnot. So you pick your way around a little bit. Actually make a will save really quickly.
Perfect. That's an 8.
Excellent. As you're kind of like sneaking around from, because at first you're just like walking around, you can kind of like just social engineer it, like, oh, I'm just kind of somebody that's around or whatever. And then when you kind of see your moment, you kind of like, hide behind whatever, like a little altar or something, and then kind of like, dart over to a doorway and get a little bit more directly sneaky about it. And and then like as you're doing so, like as you go to kind of like run like from the like altar to like the doorway, you just like ever so briefly you're just like as you like see this like shadow person that's kind of like following you, and then you realize that it's just like your own shadow being cast by the firelight.
I don't like darkness. They're back. Oh, okay.
But yeah, you otherwise managed to make your way back to Leona's office, as far as you're aware, undetected. Nobody's like yelled out to you or anything.
I'm gonna try to go in because I have a good feeling that this is where the books are. I know there's a good chance I won't be able to get a hold of one, but neither of these books belong to the church anyways. So
They rightfully belong to you, yeah.
I found them, so yes.
They stole them from us.
So yeah, I'm gonna go into Leona's office and I'm not going to plan on being there long.
You and the books.
What was that, Alondite?
I said, but we found Rubato, so does that mean we own Rubato and the books?
By transitive property, they belong to the whole party.
Yeah, but the church didn't find me. You guys did, so that's different. It's still.
But I belong to the church, so they're.
At the time, he was an operative of the church.
I mean, also, I guess, like, what order of operations are we going with? Like, kind of Stefan found him before you guys found him.
That's
so really, they belong to Stefan.
Oh, man.
All right, yeah, make me a search check.
Okay. Oh, that was so rigged.
Oof.
That's an 11. It bounced off of a 20, tipped over onto the 8.
There's certainly nothing like immediately jumping out at you. It looks more or less like the office that you remember. I guess we can kind of put the ball in your court for like how much do you want to push for your luck as far as like how long do you want to spend like in her office trying to do this.
Not long, so I'm going to cast Detect Magic.
Spell slots left.
Yes, but I can't choose what spells they are, so Detect Magic didn't help in the fight.
Oh, that's right. You couldn't really cast anything except for color spray.
Yep.
Which was really useful.
And your illusion during the initial ambush as well.
Yeah.
I mean, I killed 3 orcs just with the color spray part of the fight.
I did the net of shadows to help Baheer in combat as well. But yeah, overall, I didn't have too many combat spells prepared at the time.
All right. Okay. I'm assuming because you get more information the longer you concentrate on it, but it's only like 18 seconds. So I'm assuming that you're not rushing things that much.
It takes I can concentrate on it to up to a minute. But yeah, 18 seconds to get the strength and location. But mostly I kind of want to use it to ping, where get more of a quicker idea of where things could be. I figure if anything, a spell book might set it off. And then there's a good chance that other book would set it off too.
And remind me really quickly, the order of operations was the spell book was first and the other book was
correct.
Okay. And that second book was the one that you guys had a little bit more of like a parlay about, and yeah.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, that book. I know there's a good chance I won't be able to get a hold of that one because it was at least somehow sealed away.
Right. For the most part, the building, the room that you're in appears to be pretty mundane. It is a stone building, which of course doesn't play super well with Detect Magic. One of the only fully stone buildings in the whole town. So you're definitely not, getting any X-ray vision or anything here.
Right.
But there is a ping to a essentially like a exactly I want to describe it, but like a stone crate, if you will, like a almost like a basin almost, or almost like a trough that has like a lid. Not nearly that big, but probably like I don't know, 2-3 cubic feet in volume, not really big, like the size of a mini fridge.
Okay. And does that look like what I recall them putting the big book in?
Did you actually see it? I couldn't
I
remember.
believe I did.
Oh, okay.
I believe
Okay.
that's
Sorry
in
that
my
I
list.
wouldn't have been so obtuse then. Yeah, that's where you saw them put it. Yeah.
And is that the only ping I'm getting?
It is, yes.
Do I want to go for the big book?
To be clear, that's not necessarily saying that the other book is not there. We're just not getting a magical aura from it.
Depends. How easily can you hide the book when you get it?
I've had them hidden in my jacket before. It's a little ripped up, but I will go and inspect the crate.
It's gonna be trapped, guys.
Depends on the stone. Some can't. Yeah, you can get like it up through like an inch of stone or something. You just can't do like the penetration is not nearly as a stone. All right, make either a search or a spot check, kind of depending on how much like time and effort you want to put into that. Search being more, spot being less.
I'll do search because I want to try to verify if this thing's trapped or something. I know there's some shenanigans with it, so
Right.
that's a 9.
9.
So as you get a little bit closer to it, you and kind of like, when I say manipulate, I don't mean like you're trying to necessarily do anything with it yet. Like, I'm not putting those words in your mouth, but you just kind of like run your hands over it, like kind of like get a sense of it. You notice that you can't, the aura that you are detecting is not in the box. It is the box.
That's what I was worried about.
Ooh.
Oh boy. Boy, oh boy. It's my one chance,
It's your one chance.
but opening it is probably such a terrible idea.
What's a little damage?
Think of your hit points.
I only have a little damage.
Is there a window in the office?
There's not. No.
Yeah, I think her office
Oh,
was the interior
snap.
one.
You think what? Sorry, Rubato.
Her office was an interior office.
Yes.
Yeah. Well, the longer I look at this, after a couple of seconds, I can tell what kind of magic.
If I remember correctly, from the actual spell itself, you get strength and presence, and then you have to make an actual spellcraft check to identify the aura itself.
Yeah, you are correct. Yeah, strength, and I can differentiate different magical auras. So if there are more than one in there,
Right.
supposedly tell that.
You are currently seeing one magical aura. I can look it up if you care enough, but of like a minor to like low moderate strength that is like surrounding the outside of Roth.
But I don't detect anything inside.
You do not.
As far as I can tell,
Yeah.
at least. Yeah. Well, I'll do a spellcraft check, see if I can tell what kind.
Okay. I will need to before I answer that, but
15.
also in the background, updating my cheat sheet for y'all's. That's multitasking.
Right.
Okay. Spellcraft. What do? Yeah,
So
and while I'm looking at that, make me a listen check.
Okay. Yeah, this says DC 15 plus spell level, so I wouldn't have succeeded.
Yeah.
Listen. Uh, 13.
So, as you're in there, periodically you hear there's like ebb and flow among the conversation. Is there's kind of like a general din outside the room that you're in, and then occasionally you'll hear somebody calling like for need another person over here, and kind of just like as they shuffle people about and whatnot, and like periodically as you're in the office, you hear like voices that get louder, like that sound closer to you, and then kind of like fade away. You're like very aware of the fact that you're not like there is a wall between you, but you are not physically far from
Yeah.
a fairly large gathering of people.
Okay.
So yeah, as far as the actual aura itself goes, unfortunately, no.
I can't figure it out.
Yeah.
All right, so then I'll take a quick glance around the room to see if I can find at least the spell book.
Okay. So yeah, again, I'll let you kind of describe, like both mechanically and verbally, how much, like how thorough are you being with that?
So I'm going to do search,
Okay.
which that would be a 22.
Nice.
I'm going to search through the desk real quick, and then just kind of faster glance through like the shelves.
Okay. And 22, you said?
Yeah.
And you said desk first, then shelves?
Yes.
As you're kind of initially casting your glance around the room, you notice like a spot on the shelves that has like a void where a book of approximately that size or description may or may not have fit at some. But you decide to go with the desk first, and there's not a whole lot to it. This is all fairly Spartan. So you get into kind of a small like wooden. Well, I guess I'll let you decide if you get into it or not. But you have detect magic going, so not to say that there couldn't be physical traps, because there potentially could, but it did not ping to your detect magic, and you find a small wooden, like smaller than a traveler's chest, crate that's like it has one of those an eye bolt with like a thing that closes down over it that you would run a lock through. Like there's a lock on it, but it's not currently locked. It's just kind of like like what you like set in the loop, kind of like somebody essentially getting lazy with security, right? Like I get in and out of this 5 times a day. I'm tired of unlocking the damn thing. Like
I'll take a peek in there.
Okay. I mean, there's a handful of rolled scrolls, parchments, various paperworks, a few quills, like an extra inkwell, whatnot, and kind of as you kind of like lift that up, push it to the side a little bit, you do see the Goblin Shaman spellbook underneath there.
Nice. I will take that and put the little case back where I found it. Shove the book in my breast coat and listen at the door to see if there's anybody nearby and I can make my escape.
All right. Make a listen check.
Oh, that's okay. 13 again.
Okay. Are you like putting your ear to the door, or like what's your process there?
Yeah, I'm getting really close and kind of listening at the keyhole to see if I can hear a gap in
Gotcha. Okay.
people nearby.
Yeah, I mean, you kind of sit there, listen for a few seconds, like your heart kind of stops again when somebody walks by fairly like near to you. You actually hear as you're sitting there, kind of like trying to gauge, like go no, like like
Yeah.
go. Like you're kind of like gauging that. You hear like a few people that are walking by, kind of.
Sorry.
Oh, you're good. Kind of like discussing like I wonder when Leona's gonna get back. Like it would be nice to have a little bit of direction here. Everybody's kind of like running around. And the other guys like kind of like, hey, like hush, like we're doing as good as we can. Like it's gonna be fine. Like there's we have like skilled people skilled in medical practice. Like we've saved the worst of it. Like there were a few that didn't make it, but we did the best we could. Like kind of like claps them on the shoulder and like they kind of move on by. And like in general, there is still quite a bit of energy out there. And then you like gauge your moment. You're like, all right, go. So make a hide and move silently check.
All right, hide first. That's a 22.
Nice.
Jeez,
Or
okay.
23.
Jeez.
23, excuse me. Crap.
Oh.
That's a 2.
Well, of the two, that's the better one to roll lower on, since I'm describing a fair amount of ambient noise.
Yeah.
So 2 total.
Yes, 2 total.
Okay. Your hide was 23.
Yes.
Okay. So you go to kind of like dart out of the office. At this point, it's I'd say humans be your gnome, but whatever. People are kind of prone to if it works, like you tend to repeat a habit or a path or whatever. Just kind of like innately you go to kind of like dash from the door back to the like altar that you like hid behind on the way in. And like as you do so, between just kind of like generally trying to like amp yourself up, like, okay, here we go. And then like kind of like you like go running out there maybe like a little bit more vigorously than you maybe intended to. And as you like pull the door closed behind you, like as you go, it's more of a slam than a than a whisper. So you like kind of like it takes a second for the door to actually swing closed physically, but kind of like as you get to the little altar and get to your hiding place, then you cringe like as like like the door to the office comes slamming closed. And I guess I'll make a couple listen checks. Ooh, those are not very good. Let me look at listen real quick. So a battle is -10 to a listen check. It's definitely not as loud as a battle, but so there's probably like a -5 to the listen checks right now. So that would make those 4s. We're not through a door or through a wall, but the listeners are distracted. So that brings us back to 9. +1 per 10 feet of distance. Yeah. I think realistically, since you described as like trying to listen and like wait and and you kind of like waited for a moment after like those 2 people walked by, and I think it definitely stops your heart for a second.
Yeah.
But there after your pulse stops beating in your ears, you haven't heard any like commotion or any like nobody's come over by where you are or anything.
Nice. So then I'm gonna just kind of work on sneaking / blending my way out while glancing around to see if there has been a shadow person following me this entire time.
Okay. Yeah, so which do you want? Because there's, kind of different executions and potentially different like penalties or resolutions. Are you trying to like social engineer your way out? You're going to try and kind of, strut your way out? Like, because initially you just walked into the building. You're going to try and kind of like social engineer your way out, i.e. bluff, or are you going to try and sneak your way out?
I'm going to bluff. I'm going to see, because, I kind of just walked in. I'm going to act like I've just kind of been here and see if anybody needs help. If I can get something for anybody, go.
Oh, okay. I dig it. I dig it.
That is a 17.
Pretty good. Okay. So yeah, what like describe that for us? What, because like I said, it's mostly being kind of like a emergency triage hospital right now. So what are you actually doing?
So I'm just gonna kind of go up to somebody who's helping a wounded soldier and just, is there any way I can help? I came to see if there was any way I can help. I'm not very good with medical stuff, but is there any supplies I can get for you, or do you guys need water? How can I help?
They like pretty much as soon as you offer, the person that's kind of like performing this like kind of moderate level operation, just like, oh good, and pretty much takes like some like dirty linens and like pretty much just like drops them on your head. Because they weren't expecting it to be a gnome necessarily, like coming over asking for help. So they just kind of like turn and like, like, oh, well, whatever, got to keep doing what I'm doing. And they're like, yeah, like, get those washed for me and bring back some clean water from the fountains.
Yeah, and then I'm just gonna kind of help out for a little bit.
Okay.
Help. Yeah. That's it. That's all for me for now.
Okay. That was an awesome scene. Thanks for that.
That was wonderful.
Thank you.
All right. Who else is feeling a hankering for a doing of things?
After hearing the speech, Baheer will get up and he will wander to the tavern that we have been frequenting.
Okay.
Where it all began. Where this whole debacle started. Yes.
Is there anybody there?
I mean, that all happened.
Like having an end of the town party.
Probably not quite yet, right? Because this is all happening fairly quickly. So I'm gonna say actually, like you walk in, and none of the hearth doesn't have a fire in it. None of the candles are burning, and at least initially, you don't see any.
Can I look around and see if like Rennick's around still, like behind the bar and
yeah, make me a spot check.
Okay. That is gonna be a 11.
Okay. And go ahead and do listen while you're at it too.
Okay.
Sorry, I meant to ask for both.
That is a 1.
Magnificent.
He's not in a very good state of mind right now.
Oh my god. Was your total 1 or was your roll 1?
My
total was 1. My roll was a 3. Yeah.
Okay.
Rolled a 1, huh?
I did. Pick a number.
That ones are automatic failures, right?
What's that?
So the natural ones are automatic failures, right?
Actually, that's a good point. I was gonna like randomly generate an NPC here and see. We were gonna see what their dexterity was, but yeah, that's right. It is a natural 1. So as you're kind of looking around, you're just about to, you kind of start to turn on your heel, and you're just about to go out the door, and then you almost kind of like a la like a sitcom with like a failed surprise birthday party going on. You hear like a little bit of like whispering, and somebody will like knock something over a little bit, and you hear like a bowl kind of like like yeah, just kind of like over back behind some of the tables.
Okay. I will go and sit at the bar and be like, does anyone run this damn place? I need a drink after that.
Excellent.
Bartender's dead out in the field of battle, and he's got a customer still waiting.
Me dripping blood all over the place. I probably smell horrible.
Okay, sorry, I was too busy laughing. What was exactly you said you were saying?
I said, they will work in this damn place. I need a drink after that mess.
Kind of like meekly at first, but somebody calls out. They're like, "Who's working while the world's ending?"
Oh, the world's not ending. We handled it. It's over.
Like, prove it. Like, say.
What do you mean, prove it? I wouldn't be
you
here.
You smell like an orc. Say something in orc. So I don't know.
Why would I say something in orc? I don't speak orc.
They're like trying to come up with a captcha test on the fly here.
I'm gonna say something in Draconic, and I'll be like, "There, you happy now?"
So you slowly see like a hat or two kind of like peek up from behind various like tables and countertops and whatever, and they're like, you
you know me. I mean,
they can't see you any better than you can see them, really, right now. It's pretty dark in there. Dark, So yeah, they just see a big hulking guy in armor that smells like a dumpster. Like comes walking in here. So
like, why is there no light in this place? They've really let this place go since I've last been here.
That was like 4 days ago.
Not even. It was like 8 hours ago.
It was like a day and 8 hours, but yeah, it wasn't very long ago.
Well, no, I was here when it.
Oh, that's right. Yes. Yeah. Okay. Hilarious. So kind of shaking, like, kind of like holding up like a plate, like a sword, and with like a wine bottle in their hand, like one of the staff members kind of like slowly approaches you and kind of like dear Bana, you smell like death. What like I
well, I've dealt a lot of it today. About the drink, people.
Like, how do we know that you're not just like deserting right now? The last we heard, there was a dragon, and then there was a really loud noise, and like all the candles went out, and like we're hiding, and somebody else steps up and was like Frank over there thought you were an orc. Like,
how could I be a deserter if I don't even work for the militia?
Well, I don't know, a coward then. Whatever. I don't know what you do for work.
You know what? I'll look over the counter. Is there like, do they have like bottles behind the counter? Is that how it's like set up?
Yeah.
Oh my god.
I will jump over the counter, reach out and grab one. I'm like, how much is this?
They all, they kind of like
jail.
jump to motion when you go over the counter, and like kind of run to react. But when you ask them how much it is, they kind of like visibly relax a little bit. They're like, well, if what you say is true, I suppose there could be a, they kind of like look at each other like, I don't know, a 10% discount for the world not ending? How's that sound?
Sounds wonderful. Well, what, a gold? 2 gold?
Hold on, I'm looking up goods and services.
Okay. I grab the like fanciest thing I find.
So bottled wine is usually $10 a bottle, or dollars for crying out loud. I'm in
10 gold.
I'm in Merkmeyer mode. 10 gold per bottle.
How much is fine wine? If they have any, I guess.
I mean, technically, that's the kind of standard.
Oh,
price
that is
for
the fine wine.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. You said 10?
Yeah.
Yeah, he'll take 10 out. Well, 10%, so he'd take 9 out and put it on the counter. There you go.
They see you take out 10 and then like stop and like take one out and put it back in your purse and like put it back on the counter, and then just kind of like reflexively you go to vault back over the counter and they're like, please no more like blood and gore on the counter, just go around the outside.
I grab a glass also before I jump back over.
He's jumping over anyway.
Oh, I'll go around. I'll go around.
Yeah, they try and like shoo you around so you're not getting like viscera on the bar.
I'll like walk by the glasses as I go there and go, oh, and then I'll grab a glass. Like, I'm not going to drink out of a bottle like a barbarian.
Okay.
And then I'll sit on a bar stool. I'll like walk around, sit back on the bar stool I was sitting at, and pour myself some wine and start drinking.
So like a few of them, kind of sort of start to like bustle around a little bit and like pick up stuff that's gotten knocked over, and like one person like starts to relight like some of the candles and stuff, and then kind of a meek looking like younger girl comes over to you and she's like, you promised me that this isn't just like your last drink and we're giving ourselves away by relighting everything. And
no, I promise it's okay now. It's over with. I just hope you don't have any family in the militia.
You actually say that?
I do. Yeah.
Okay. Make a charisma check really quick.
I'm their hero. Single-handedly defeated all the orcs.
Also, I have to note that timestamp really quickly. Pixie just made the best thumbnail face ever. That was like 140. Wait, hold on. 149, like 30-ish.
I can make like a sad one with these tissues here if you need to.
You can do what? Sorry.
Make a sad one with the tissues.
Oh,
looks like I'm crying.
That's actually pretty good. Yeah, I probably will try and remember to come back and snag that too. One of the most fun, one of the things that has been the most fun about making the YouTube videos and stuff has been like half of the faces where I end up getting somebody, like making like a confident looking flex, or you are looking sad or whatever. Like most of those are totally out of context. Like most of the ones where you're sad is like right before a sneeze, or or like the flexes are mostly just like, I mean, I guess you're sort of flexing, but it's not like somebody stopped and like pulled out the guns or whatever. It's just kind of like, oh, they stopped and like, yeah, went to grab something or whatever. But it's really fun taking them out of context. Okay, so yeah, you like somehow you manage the most like reassuring like smile. What is coming through my head? Like, what is it? It's periodically.
I don't know. That's weird. Is it the
Like,
lights behind
It
you?
looks like it's coming from Pixie's camera.
What?
I don't know, because now it's not showing up either way. Yeah, I don't know. I can't tell what it is. It's annoying. Anyway, somehow, despite your outward appearance and the kind of like tenuous, social situation that you guys are in, you muster up like the friendliest smile that you can, and I even kind of like reach out, like kind of like put a reassuring hand on her shoulder. Of course, like ends up getting her clothes all dirty. But like in the moment, you manage to pull off like the perfect like Mr. Incredible smile of like no, like everything's gonna be okay. Like I promise. And the world's not about to come down on your head. I'm not here for my last drink. Like everything's gonna be okay. And and then you're like, unless you're related to anybody in the militia. She's like, well, I mean, we kind of all are, I guess. Wait, wait, hold on. There it is again. What is it? It's something that's like showing through.
Well, I'm sorry for your probable loss.
Sorry, it's really annoying me, and it's like throwing off the video feed. Is it like your Tiki Man? No, that's not in that direction. Yeah, I don't know. It's weird. Maybe it's one of the monsters? I'm not sure, because it's like not there all the time. Wait, is one of the monsters kind of like an off-white?
Oh, yeah. Right there in the middle of your forehead.
Yeah. It's really annoying me that I can't figure out what it is.
Oh, it seems to have stopped. It went away.
There's like oh no, I see what it is. It's the scratching post part of their cat condo.
Oh, how has that not been in the way before?
I don't know.
Maybe because there's been a cat up there before.
Maybe. It might have been triggering off of like Loki was kind of moving around there too, so maybe it was like picking up the motion and thinking motion means person or something. Yeah. Okay. Well, anyway, now we know what it was. Sorry, I did my best to ignore that for as long as I could, but it just kept showing up right in my face.
Oh, I told her sorry for your probable loss. Then.
She's like, oh, thanks.
Here, come sit down. Come sit down. I'll pour her a cup too.
Like I kind of reluctantly takes it, but like also is like has like a few sips of it with you, and then kind of like she takes it with her, but kind of like gets up and like gets away from you.
Bless.
That's it.
Bless it.
Thank you. Right, I've been trying to make sure I mute myself, but sometimes they just come quick.
Yeah, you're good. Okay, so that was what that leaves kind of Druge and Scath-Bais. Well, I guess no, Scath-Bais was the kind of started off by talking to Bron.
Yeah, Druge.
Okay, so yeah, what about Druge? What does your kind of post processing look like here?
I guess after tending to whoever he was able to help.
Oh yeah, there's plenty of folks to, just at least minor things, right? Like applying pressure here, like, doing a tourniquet there, or like just kind of making your way about, doing what you can.
So I guess, is it safe to assume that most of the people that have lived here, or that do live here, have lived here for a while? So Druge could there's a probability that Druge would be like, hey, do you know where my mom is? And people would know who his mom is.
I mean, yes and no. There is definitely some immigration and whatnot that happens. And the town is, it's not like a one stop sign town kind of deal. There are a couple thousand people that live here, but yeah, I mean, if you picked and chose a little bit, kind of like went over to, and especially if you went to like an area that would be, that was like closer to your house or like closer to where she worked or that sort of thing, that would increase your chances. But I'd say there's a definite possibility.
Yeah, I would. I mean, I would say that he would just start at the front, because since he was already there, and he just asked around, hoping that maybe he sees a familiar face or someone, when it's like someone who's older,
sure,
hasn't seen you in years, and it's like, oh, I remember you when you were this big. So they
Sure.
recognize me, but I don't necessarily recognize them, kind of thing. And,
Yeah.
and he just goes around and asking like, hey, have you seen my mom? Have you seen my mom? That kind of thing.
Okay. Yeah, make a gather information check.
Okay. Oh, great. The low rolls continue.
Yeah, they do.
For me, at least.
Oof.
And I don't think I have any bonus to that. Let me see.
I don't know. They weren't very good at helping me find my family either.
Well, gather information is a skill, so
It is a skill, and you have some related things, so you might have something to it.
Let's see. I have 0 in that skill.
Excellent.
All right. There's nothing else that I can roll. What about? No, I wouldn't. I was like, what about knowledge vocal? But that's still only a +1.
Give it a ring.
Okay, yeah, that's like my only other option. All right. Give me something good, please. Oh my gosh, are you kidding? Oh, so I got a 6 on that one. All right, whatever. Let me cry. Make me cry.
Yeah, nothing. Like you spend some time, kind of making your way around, like kind of looking people up and down, trying to, like you said, maybe kind of like present yourself to like a couple of older folks, see if anybody reacts to you, keep an eye out for like a town crier or anything, and you're still kind of having trouble picking anybody out. Make a just like a raw intelligence check. I just D20 plus your intelligence modifier, which I think is also 0. But
all right, doesn't matter what my modifier is.
Hey, there we go.
Okay.
So you spend roll a D4.
All right.
Okay, that's not so bad. So because gather information takes 1d4 hours, so you spend some time kind of making your way around, and like you said, you're still kind of like shell shocked. So you're kind of as the hour goes on, you're like kind of coming a little bit more into your own, and like, oh, like what about over here? Like, dang it, like I still, and some of it's just because a lot of people are still kind of like either they're like just hearing that things are done, they're like just coming out of hiding, also kind of like turning into an impromptu block party. There's also like some people are like grieving, and like it's very mixed emotions going on. And then all of a sudden you see something, who knows what it even was, like, oh, your favorite fruit tent or like whatever, and then all of a sudden you're like, oh god, I like in the midst of all of that, like I went and got her like safe hiding in the warehouse by the Northwest camp. Like, so you just have that like moment of clarity, like you completely forgot, just like amidst everything that was going on, but like you convinced the guards at that warehouse to let her in there.
Okay, well, can I continue the churn and go over there?
Oh yeah, there's
turn?
no, I mean, there's
Okay.
people around, so you might have to kind of filter through the crowds a little bit, but But yeah, otherwise it just takes you a couple minutes to make your way over there.
And you can't tell by my figurines movement, but he's sprinting as fast.
Sure. Okay. So you didn't sneak her in there. You like convinced the guys that were guarding the outside of the warehouse to let her in.
Druge recalls like snot bubbles running out of his nose, sobbing on his knees like a little kid. Please.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay, so he runs over here. Are there guards over here? Are there the guards over here that he begged, or are they dead?
Next building to, well, I guess it depends what direction you're facing, but yeah, the next one down from the gates there. Yeah, that one. Yeah, there's still, I mean, that was only like, I don't know, 2 or 3 hours ago. So
yeah, those guards could have been obliterated. You never know.
Yeah, fair enough. Let me, I don't have my mood dice out. I was scrambling to get so many things done before we started the.
Druge runs up to the door of that warehouse. He's punching and kicking. Mom, are you in there?
So
can you hear me?
I'll hold them up just because I love these dice, if nothing else. So I was gonna say that any sad faces was whatever, like a random orc that got over the wall managed to take that one out or whatever. But we got double surprised faces. So you come running up hollering at the top of your lungs like Mama. And it first just like the initial reaction of like fast movement, loud noises, etc. They kind of react and kind of go to like set their weapons, set their stance. And then they see that it's you and recognize you from before and are like, oh my gosh, we heard things were not going well. Like we did not expect to see you again. Congratulations. Yeah, like you're, and then pull the doors open. You're like, yeah, like your mom's in here as far as we know.
All right, so Druge busts through the door. Do I see my mom right away?
I mean, it's a relatively big building, right? Like that's, okay. Yeah, we're gonna take a break here in just a minute. I just wanted to give everyone their shot. So that building is about 40 by 40. Like it's relatively big for the era. So like you kind of bust in at first, and there's just piles of boxes and armor stands and swords hanging on the wall and stacks of grain or whatever. And at first you don't see anything, and you're because your brain is just going a mile a minute, so you're like oh my god, you mofos, how could you lie to me? And then she hears you as you come running up yelling, and then burst in the door or whatever, and he pops up from behind a stack of grain sacks and just bawling her eyes out, just comes running over to you and throws her arms around you.
Okay, Druge throws her arms around me, just picks her up and squeezes her and starts crying.
There's snot bubbles.
Puts her down, and then all kinds of snot bubbles. Snot's just pouring in his own mouth. But then puts her down on her feet and drops down to his knees and wraps his arms around her legs. And turns into a little kid and is like, well, I don't ever want to leave you again. Please, can you join our group and travel around the Kingdom of Rin with us?
She when you kind of drop down to your knees, she stands there for a second and you're kind of petting your head, running her hands through your hair, and starts kind of clucking her tongue in that that kind of reassuring nursery kind of sound, and it kind of coos at you a little bit, and then you start asking her to come adventuring with you or whatever, and she kind of kind of like squats down and sits down next to you and kind of like, puts her arms back around you again. It's like, oh, honey, I would love to be with you for every day from sun up to sundown, but I think that your skills and mine as far as that sort of thing have diverged pretty significantly. Like look at you, and then she kind of like grabs you and kind of like clasps your bicep and almost kind of like pinches your cheeks and like kind of like makes your kind of like cups your strong jawline, and it's like, oh honey, you have to do what you have to do, but I'm afraid I would put you in danger more than I would be able to help you.
Yeah, Druge calms down and he understands, and he's letting his emotions get the better of him. But then he like kind of goes back to the frame of mind he was at when he was at the front gates, and he was like, these people are my mom, these people are my mom. And then he helped the people instead first. So he's starting to grow into a strong young man. And this is like the beginning stages of that.
Little Druge is growing up.
Yeah. But yeah, that's it. He like, it's like the end of it. Him and his mom walk back to kind of the center of the town where everyone was at. And he like kind of suggested his mom, like, hey, do what you can to help me take care of these people. Some people are they still need to be bandaged up. They have aches and pains and whatnot, and do whatever your mom superpowers can do to help them out.
Come help me kiss it and make it better. I like it.
Yeah, that'll kind of be it between Druge and his mom.
Okay. She she kind of sits with you for a minute before you bring that up, and just like it's just kind of like silently, like contentedly sitting there with you, probably like just gently rocking back and forth, like just a little bit.
5 minutes.
Yeah. And then you start asking her for that. You're like, well, can you at least help me with this? And like, that I can do. And she kind of like casts around a little bit and finds there's nothing really in the form of like true linens or anything like that, but finds a bit of like cheesecloth and a bit of burlap, and just kind of like gathers up a couple of supplies and finds something that she can kind of probably bigger than's going to feel real good, but finds something that could probably act as a makeshift needle if needed, and just kind of like kind of gathers up a few supplies and is like and then she like kind of stops, kind of like looks sheepishly at you and is like, this is what these are for, right? Like, she's like, I'm not stealing them. I'm gonna, kind of like raises her voice to call out the door, like, I'm not taking these. We're gonna go help people, kind of like awkwardly, like walks out the door past them with them. And then so yeah, you guys make your way back up to the front door, and she helps you here and there, and like you help somebody, she helps somebody, the two of you work together on somebody, and then she's kind of like, I may be a mom, but I'm not a miracle worker. Some of this is a bit beyond me, but what makes everyone feel better is a nice hearty stew. I guess if you want to take care of the last few kind of worst off ones here, I can maybe we can get a bit of a cookout going at the gates. He looks up at the like totally missing gates here, and well, maybe like go over there, but let's get some warm food. It's still raining. So let's kind of looks around, like, grabs another like local or two, like let's get these boys and girls some food, and like kind of tries to kind of like rally the folks that way, like, let's get this party started.
Yeah, and then like as she proposes that idea, Druge would yell over to her like, "Hey, stop by the tavern. see if it's still intact. They might have all the supplies as far as like cooking materials, like the pots and the pans, whatever. Like he suggests like to gather everyone that knows how to cook, bring them to the tavern, and see if we can get some kind of soup kitchen line going.
Sure.
Out of the tavern door.
Okay. Which is, to be clear, like me to you is a good idea, but like, you know, also is like very Druge, like very straightforward idea, right? Like, oh, go to the tavern, there might be food there. So it's a very straightforward suggestion, but your mom being your mom, she like really leans into it. And she's like, oh my Druge, you have the best ideas, and you know, like really kind of like coddles you about it a little bit.
Leave me alone, Mom.
You know, as she's walking away, she's kind of doing the like, you know, like number one student right here, kind of like point at you sort of deal.
You're embarrassing me in front of my friends, Mom. Go away.
I could just see the cover in the eyes, just shaking the head.
She kind of like looks down and smiles, kind of like clasps her hand a little bit, and is like, I know, and goes kind of like tottering off and over towards the where the tavern is. All right. Yeah, exactly. And that's perfect time. We have 65 seconds left until the ad break is going to hit us, and that's you know, we've gotten around a few things here, so that's a good time, I think, for let's see, what are we? We're a little over 2 hours in, so for a quick mid-session, you know, 5 or so minute break, we'll get up, stretch our legs, do whatever, you know, think about if there's anything else that you like specifically want to role play. If not, we'll probably kind of like speed up the clock a little bit to get through some other things while we're here together today. So just kind of think, you know, if we've got an hour and a half to 2 hours of playtime left, you know, kind of like what you know, what do you want to get done in that time, and we'll get back together here, let's say no later than 6:50.
Okay, stable horseplay when we get back.
Sounds good.
Go back to Leona's office.
Oh, that was great. Of course, the combat encounter was a ton of fun. You know, that went off, I think, as well as it could have for the scope and scale of what it was. But I also have missed having a chance to let people just really take the reins with their characters and do some characterization and role play. That was a ton of fun. Vosh is the only one of you yokels that got better at spot and listen when you leveled up.
I mean, I'm too
and it's
far
not
gone
really
at this
all that
point.
much better than what it was previously.
At this point, it's just a run-on joke.
No, spot and listen were both pretty good already, so just saying.
At least one of us actually did, so there's that.
Yeah, Druge has the highest combined score of the two.
I mean, some of us have just so much debuffs into it. There's really no point in even wasting points there.
I mean, I've seen worse, believe it or not, but
Agree, that's other people's jobs as the same.
no, and honestly, I'm a big fan of, you know, I think you want to have codependencies. You don't want everyone to be good at everything. Fine.
Is it metagaming if I tell them what my diplomacy bonus is?
Oh, I don't care. It's like having meta knowledge is fine. Using meta knowledge is not fine.
Oh, okay, yeah, I have a plus 10 bonus now to my diplomacy, so if we need to diplomatize somebody, let me do it, okay?
I have a plus 6.
Nice.
Yeah, and I don't
So
know.
it'll be our backup if my diplomacying fails, then we'll use you.
Also successfully, I'm good at talking to nobles.
I'm getting really good at intimidating people. I've got a +5.
I like that you added Amina's health to the party health.
Oh, that's been there.
Yeah. I did, however, misspell it, so I appreciate the update on that.
I didn't know about it culturally until, what was it, 2 months ago?
You didn't know about what until a few months ago? Sorry.
The cultural spelling of Amina.
Uh,
It is 2 A's.
All right. Let's get our D&D hats back on.
My robe and wizard hat.
I'm going to Braun.
Yes, you're open wizard.
Who I'm assuming is probably back at the guild hall at this point. I just can't remember how I got there.
Yeah, probably. I mean, that's fine. We don't have
Just
an internal
pretend that I'm
space for
there.
that yet. Maybe we'll do that at some point. Speaking of which, I am planning on trying to do at least a monthly Talespire build night for anybody that has it. If you'd like to join us for that, I think that'd be a lot of fun to keep, even though the players may or may not stay at Capstone, but I think it's like a fun project to try and finish fleshing it out.
Well, we might come back at some.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah, I think there's a pretty high chance of that.
So anyway, I'm roaming the guild hall looking for Braun.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, it's like Gabosh knows where to go and where to find him and whatnot.
So I walk into his office.
Okay. Yeah, he's
knock and walk in.
He's kind of cleaning things up. Because he kind of ransacked his own office. So.
I shut
Fine,
the door just in case nobody else knew about this thing. But I make sure that he hears me shut the door.
Okay.
And then I produce the metal object from my bag. And it. I don't know if this was the thing you were looking for, but it's the only thing I found in the wreckage that looked like it didn't belong. Amongst the orc body parts and destroyed tower.
He looks like, kind of like rubs his hands together a little bit, looks a little bit excited, kind of like grabs it from you, and then goes I don't know if there's like a word for this action, but like goes as if he's about to do like a this, like, oh god, I'm too close. Put out. Like he's gonna do like a this, kind of like toss it with it. So like he goes like to kind of like start that motion, and then like as he kind of goes to like heft it up, and then he kind of like stops himself with his other hand, kind of like catches the top of it and like kind of clasps it and is like, maybe I shouldn't have been doing that with it, and kind of like much more gently takes it and kind of like slides it back under his desk into something that you can't see.
Just a heads up, my friend, my gnomish friend, I still call him a friend, he's quite inquisitive and quite sneaky. And say we might want extra eyes on him when he is in our... Because he likes magic items and he's very curious about them. And if he knows that you have something magical, he's going to... And he's very persistent.
Like, oh, Bosh, you assume that we don't already have eyes on everyone.
I'm sure.
You included.
But I just want...
Fair enough.
I know even a high-level operative like myself has still got eyes on.
What magic item was that, though?
Exactly.
He just kind of like kicks his feet back up on his desk, despite the fact that he's only like barely cleaned up his office a little bit. Like, well, that was a day. Kind of stops, thinks for a second. Well, that was a morning.
I almost died on a boat in the middle of the...
A boat?
Yeah.
Never really been the boating sort.
I'm not. But that's where the things were that we had.
Well, I guess almost dying is better than dying. Maybe if you almost died on boat, don't boat.
I might do it. But that wizard is very useful. Used a magic spell to go to sleep. And they also couldn't see. Killed like 3 of them without having to actually do anything.
That's excellent. I'm glad to hear he's better at that than he is at distilling spirits.
We'll work on it. I mean, if all else fails, we can use it as incendiary devices.
That's fair. Silver linings and all that. I suppose we have a new tool in our tool belt. And don't get me wrong. I applaud his ingenuity and his go get 'em attitude. I truly do hope he can figure it out, because that would make all of us probably a lot wealthier. I just I'd be careful you don't scare away too many potential customers by letting him sample it in the meantime.
No, unless you want to just unless you wait for them to already be drunk and then sell it. Then they won't know the difference because they're too drunk.
That is a wonderful idea. Still, though, I think you might want to get at least like some cheesecloth or something to filter it through next time. Like
Cheesecloth.
Yeah, or something like that. Like it's had chunky alcohol before. That was a bit of an experience.
I'll pass it along. And then I slip out the door. Go track down my family next. I'm going to go get our pizza out of the oven, so whoever wants to go next.
Okay. Anybody else have any scenes or anything that you want to hit? You have, Druge at least is not just figuratively, but literally exhausted. And all of you are definitely worn out in various aspects. So
I would say we probably are going to be exhausted, right? Because we haven't been able to sleep.
Yeah.
Yeah,
but he probably just drinks the day away and then like eventually goes to sleep. Like, get lit today, real work starts tomorrow.
Okay.
Yeah, after helping a little bit at the church, he'll excuse himself and go retreat to the bar as well.
Okay. Yeah, well, Baheer, you finish scaring the pants off of that poor girl, and then drink the rest of your bottle. I don't know how many glasses are in a bottle necessarily, but whatever, it takes you an hour or two to kind of work your way through it. You didn't sound like you were in a hurry. And most of the way through, like around the time that you're pouring your last glass, I don't remember, have you met Druge's mom in character?
I don't think so.
I couldn't remember.
My mom?
Yeah.
Nobody's met my mom.
Okay. Gotta put the music emote with that, or the music note emote with that, Amras. Druge's mom has got it.
Oh my gosh. I just read that.
I've told that story before. But one of my favorite musical videos that I've seen recently was a girl who did it for a couple songs, but that song was the best one, where she did like songs like that, but from somebody else's perspective. And so in that case, it was Stacy's mom, but from Stacy's perspective. And the whole theme of it is she's like, "That's my mom. What the hell is going on?"
That's funny.
It's great.
That's good.
Pert Eyes says, "Who's your mama?"
Oh my!
Druge, can I come over?
Down, Mom.
That's Druge's actual mom.
Yeah.
That's great. Anyway, sorry. So yeah, as far as you're concerned, it's not anybody of any particular note, but when you're kind of finishing up your second to the last, kind of pouring the last of your bottle into your glass, like a woman kind of comes bustling in. She's she's wearing like peasant clothes, but like they're fine. They look decent. Barring a bit of blood and stuff on them here and there, which probably doesn't really stand out to you given the day that you've had so far. And she comes in and like you may or may not even necessarily see it, but makes her way up to the bar and kind of like starts talking to the staff there, and then over the course of the next 15 or 20 minutes, kind of as you're finishing up your stuff, more and more people start kind of filtering in, and like they're getting the fire nice and stoked up. And in fact, there's like a secondary hearth kind of on the other side of the inn that sometimes is lit, sometimes isn't, but they go ahead and like get that lit up too. And like more people keep kind of like filtering in, and you kind of notice that everyone who comes in has like something with them. Like somebody has like a sack of grain over their shoulder, and like somebody else has like a bucket of apples, and just kind of like people bringing in like bits and pieces of whatever they have to like get this soup kitchen operation going.
You better respect my mom. I don't care if you're noble.
Is Rennick around, or is he like nowhere to be seen at the moment?
You have not seen him yet.
Okay. Yeah, I'll probably like seeing it start to get busy, and I will like finish my bottle. I'll like meander to the inn I've been staying at.
So
If there's no one at the counter, I'll just leave the money on like the desk or whatever.
Did you get anything else? Or are you talking about for the bottle you had?
For the no, I mean at the inn.
Oh, got it.
Staying.
Okay.
Yeah.
And I don't remember. Have you traditionally? Do you get your own room, or do you use a common room, or what?
I get my own room usually. Is there anyone there? Like when I walk in?
When you walk up to the like as you're approaching the building, like I said, there's kind of, it hasn't quite fully erupted into like the Ewok village celebration at the end of Return of the Jedi just yet, but like there more people are kind of like coalescing into like smaller groups of people that are kind of like talking, like, oh, did you see that? Like, oh my god, like, did you hear the big, like, what was that? And like kind of getting more and more together, and like more and more kind of like positive energy, and people are that have food or like sharing food around, and there's like just kind of generally the energy around town is kind of starting to come up. And so you like it when you walk in like up the stairs and like to the desk at first, there's nobody there, but if you kind of like stop and look out to the street, like you see one of the innkeeps that you've talked to before is just kind of like out in one of those groups, like mingling and kind of like starting to celebrate with folks and whatnot.
I'll like open the door and ask about like getting a room and like maybe getting something together so I can clean myself off. Maybe play it up, like, oh, just saved Capstone. I kind of, I'm also under the influence, so I'm like real like thinking big of myself right now. Like,
sure,
save the whole town. Like, I need a bath. You go get me one.
Yeah, make a charisma check.
Okay. 17.
Okay.
Is it just a straight check, or does it use anything? Just my charisma mod?
Yeah, just your charisma mod.
Okay. Yeah, 17.
Because diplomacy is more, like you're trying to like change somebody's world or like convince them of something. Like, here you're just kind of like fast talking.
That should be a skill, fast talk.
Yeah. That's one of many little improve like things on the character sheet for Call of Cthulhu that I really like. So you kind of start puffing up your chest a little bit, and he looks you up and down and is like, why, yes you have. How about this? We'll do free breakfast in the morning for one of our heroes, and I'll even throw in a bucket of warm water. Also, it's required that you use that before you sleep in the bed.
Yeah, a warm water would be wonderful. Is there any way you could like look down at my clothes, like salvage any of this?
Well, we have kind of the standard laundry service of like more or less dunk them in a bucket and hang them out to dry that we do every day, but As far as having stuff actually like laundered to any significant degree, we usually only do that at the end of each 10 day. But I can ask around. I can see what we can do.
That would be helpful.
At a minimum, I'm assuming you want the dunk. See what we can soak out of them.
Yeah, why not?
All right. Well, I'll send somebody. Go ahead and go on up to the room, and he sticks his head inside and grabs a key and tosses it to you. And I'll send somebody up to check on you in a few minutes to gather your clothes and bring the wash bucket.
Sounds good. That'll be my evening until I fall asleep. Unless someone comes in and interrupts or something. But.
What? Nobody's ever interrupted you guys in the inns here before.
Stealing the booker. Yeah.
All right. That's Scath-Bais and Baheer. Anybody else have a thing they want to do before during your kind of rest day here? It's got to be fairly light.
Definitely heading towards.
Oh, go ahead.
Definitely heading towards the stables after examining Amina's giant gash on her side and giving her some much needed animal tending.
Okay.
Nice hoof treatment. I do that
Does
myself.
Amina have barding? Did we get barding for her yet?
She does not have barding, just saddle.
We should probably think about getting her barding.
Keep in mind also that you are worse off than Bridget is.
Yeah. I'll rest when the day is done.
Do as I say, not as I do, huh?
Yep.
Okay. Yeah, which I'm assuming, primarily is a thematic way for you to get those rolls in that we talked about, right?
Ooh, yes.
So for anybody not kind of up to date on the process, Alondite has been war training his horse, Amina, and generally speaking, it works weirdly. So the way that we have slightly tweaked it is that he can make daily rolls instead of rolling once for a whole month and then you succeed or fail, which kind of sucks if you fail. We've been doing daily rolls, which on average should work out about the same, but that way you kind of make proportional progress or fractional progress. And so we decided for the battle, I mean, what better war training for a horse than literally fighting in war. So for each of the sessions that we had in the Battle of Capstone where Alondite used Amina, we're letting him make a whatever it is, handle animal check to progress her war training. So that's what we're doing now. And it's what, DC 20?
Yes.
Where's it 25? I actually don't remember. Oh, never mind. It's in my chart also. Thank you, past me. It's DC 20.
And it's a handle animal, right?
Yes, sir.
Okie dokie. This is with +7s, 4 rolls.
Actually, for anybody who's curious on that kind of thing, you can keep track of his progress yourself whenever you want in the public folder of the Google Drive there in chat.
Okay, I'll roll 4 d20s at once.
Yeah, because order doesn't matter. Or at least not unless you roll a 1 or a 20.
No spin, come on. I'm not
you gotta kind of shake them around. Kind of... The heck? Are they not?
It doesn't want it. I don't like this one. I don't trust it.
I just kind of, put a little lateral motion on it. Oh no! I was clicking right as you did it. I'm sorry. I was trying to get rid of mine before you threw yours. The timing on that was actually sort of cool. But what shows up in the history was my roll, not yours. I'm sorry.
Right. Again.
I couldn't do that again if I tried. That was crazy.
I didn't trust them anyway. Go +7.
Okay. 2 and 2.
2 of them for sure. The other one, maybe? No, just 2 of them.
Yeah.
The 16 doesn't do anything? Do you say +7?
DC 20.
Yeah, I thought DC 15 per second, but no, that's not. It's 20.
Put them in. All right. We are 6/30ths of the way done with that.
Wow. It's been a long road.
Wow. You need that anime sound effect with the like blingy like sound effect in the background. Okay. Is there anything else that you're wanting to do housekeeping wise with Alondite today?
Other than just general maintenance with her, cleaning her hooves. No, I'm going to be fatigued and stuff, so
Yeah.
most of mine would be just handling her.
Okay.
Alondite's sitting there cleaning the hooves, like falling asleep.
Whinging at my side. Possibly a couple broken bones.
Okay. What about? I guess we kind of already, unless there's anything last minute that you wanted to do with Druge. Druge and Rubato.
No. I'm good.
Okay. What about Rubato?
I was just going to go to the tavern and try to meet everybody because I had a feeling that's where people would probably meet.
Okay. I mean, there definitely are people at the tavern, but not necessarily your people.
I haven't gotten that far yet.
Well, I'm just going to walk in there and give out a loud shout. Yeah, all right. Have a drink. And I'll buy something to drink.
Okay.
And wait for people to show up. I'm like, oh, it must have been the first one. Here's already gone.
Yeah.
Yeah, but here's already had a bottle and left. So are you? Is that where Squash is planning on going? So
I mean, after I check on my family,
okay.
I just run back to the house.
Okay. They probably wouldn't have come back yet. Would be my thinking.
I leave a note telling them that I survived.
Okay.
But yeah, I'll buy a bottle and carouse.
Okay.
Look around for any gnomes to chat up. See if any of them are celebrating.
Roll D% for me real quick.
Oh no. 81.
Oh. You 81.
Yep, 81.
At least at the moment, you kind of look around at first and like everyone looks clearly too tall. And then you kind of like double take one like, oh, and then like it turns around like, oh, way too hairy, dwarf. Okay. So yeah, you don't see any gnomekin.
You feel a tap on your shoulder.
Pull out the crossbow.
Put that away.
Person.
Put that away. Sit down. Let's drink.
Oh, good. I just got a bottle.
Excellent. We didn't get to have a drink before we had to go fight, did we?
No, we didn't.
Ugh.
Means we were just about to, too.
And the dragon, I put big air quotes as I say dragon, appeared.
Oh, yeah. Did Alondite kill that?
No. No. It
Was it-
wasn't actually a dragon.
Oh, okay.
It was orcs coming down the mountain throwing torches.
They'll be coming around the mountain when they come.
I do remember seeing the fire, but I thought maybe it was unrelated.
We killed a bunch of them.
Yeah.
One of the people helping us nearly killed Baheer.
Mm.
He's alive as far as I know. Yeah, he's still alive, at least, because he helped us fight, but yeah, he almost died before we even got a chance to fight with him.
Yeah, I saw him.
Then he almost drowned. He has terrible luck.
He did. Last I saw him, he was leaning up against one of the buildings in the over by the gates before I left.
Where he went?
I don't know. I kind of figured he would have been here by the time I got here, but
I mean, did you see him? He was absolutely filthy.
true.
In his type, they don't like to be filthy.
That is also true. I don't either, but you do what you got to do. I didn't really get in there quite like he did, though.
You figured he would have been mostly bathed since he fell in the lake.
He did get a nice rinse off, didn't he?
I guess that wasn't enough.
Yeah. Yeah, he was looking a little rough though. Last I saw him, he was definitely tired. Same with Druge. We're beat up.
Wonder how his mom is doing.
Oh yeah, she lives around here somewhere, right?
Yes. Really, sir.
Yeah. Oh, you see anything about your parents?
I haven't seen them yet, but I sent them. I told them to hit the passageways to get out of town, so they probably just haven't gotten word that it was safe to return. Ron will probably send a message to the members of our guild that we're getting out. We have a lot of families in the guild.
Yeah.
My parents are actually guild members.
Oh, they are. I was wondering if that was a religious dress or if it was because of the family, as you're calling it.
It is. The purple is our family color, at least on my mom's side.
Was the teal then on the father's side?
Oh, the teal is just make the purple pop out more.
Oh, okay. Fair enough. That's why I stick with the white or the black and purple myself. It stands out nicely.
Not because of the shadows?
No,
Where did these shadows come from?
I wish I knew.
They just suddenly start following you one day.
Yeah, when I was lost in the woods.
You do anything or see anything beforehand?
No, I was trying to get some food for my family when we were on our trip down to Capstone. And I got separated from them, and then there were shadow people, and I ran until I was exhausted and ended up at that house.
The shadow people were before the house, but after you got separated.
Yeah.
Curious. Didn't encounter anybody beforehand?
No, not that I remember. Other than my family and traveling down here.
Travel north to find your family.
Yeah, that's one thing I would like to do. We also have something to do for Angela up north too. So little favor. Baheer and I have to pay her back for.
Ah,
So we have a couple reasons to head up north.
we should definitely get some crossbow bolts on the way out of town. I'm completely out.
Yeah, I'm pretty out too, I think. I've got 5.
I have
No.
0.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure these 5 are yours. They don't fit in my crossbow very well.
Maybe I should take those and we'll get ones that actually fit your crossbow.
Yeah. Maybe not a bad idea. I'll give those over to you. Yeah, that was
But they all missed.
yeah.
Oh, you're
Big
muted,
mute.
honey.
Oh, sorry. Yeah, I muted so my inhaler puffs weren't coming through. Oh, I was just curious if I was going to ask if you had actually used any of them, and then even though you couldn't hear me, you actually like strangely addressed that like right after I asked that question. So I would have had no idea you couldn't hear me because you pretty much said that right after I asked it. That would have been hilarious and confusing for a long time. Because technically there actually should have been a penalty for using like wrong sized weapon / in this case mismatched ammunition. If you miss the attacks anyway, that's relevant.
Yeah, I don't think I had luck with the crossbow at all. And at the start of the big battle, going all the way up until the battle in the lake, I had my own. It was at the end of the battle in the lake that I got some of Scath's, and I don't think I hit anything.
Oh,
Just because I have one doesn't mean I'm good at it.
Ron had a suggestion for our moonshine endeavors.
Is that so?
Yes, get a cheesecloth to remove the chunks of potato.
Oh, I thought that added a nice texture to it, but
I don't think it's enjoyable for most other people.
all right.
He's
I'll write that down.
suggesting politely that if we want to make money at this, we might want to actually deliver a product that most people will still drink.
Yeah. It did work quite nicely for other uses, though.
I mean, it did. Those boats caught on fire very nicely.
They did indeed.
Probably the best idea I've ever come up with.
Yeah. So either way, we'll have to make more, whether or not it's drinkable. I mean,
It'll be useful either way.
exactly.
I should probably head back to the house to see if my family's returned. Are you coming with me? Or are you going to stay here and drink some more?
No, I'll just bring the bottle.
All right. Well, make sure you paid for the full bottle before we go.
Oh, yeah. Anybody know how much this costs?
Make sure you mention that we saved the town. Might get a discount. I don't know.
All right. Yeah, I'll go and find somebody that looks like they work there and tell them I saved the town. How much does this bottle cost?
Oh, I want to see the up and down that you get for that.
I mean, at this point, it looks like half the town works there. Like it's bustling in there. They're kind of slowly taking over more and more of the tables to be like serving areas and or preparation areas or whatever. But you've also been there a couple times, so you pick out somebody that you recognize, and they're like, oh yeah, have you guys actually have you specifically ever bought wine there before?
Nope.
Okay.
I don't think so anyways.
Like the going rate for the wine's $10 a bottle. God dang it, why do I keep doing that? 10 gold a bottle. And then you kind of pipe up like, well, I did help save the town, and they're like kind of like long sigh, like
I walk up behind him.
Seems like everybody helped save the town today, didn't they?
Well, he actually was instrumental in saving the harbor part because he assisted me in killing about 3 of the orcs on one of the boats out there. That help his cause any?
the eye roll is noticeable, but somebody else comes by, kind of like not backhands them, like full bodied backhanded slap, but kind of gives them like a cheek check with the back of their hand, like, hey, cheer up, we're not dead, 10%, you'll be fine. And they kind of like grumble a little bit, oh, import taxes, like whatever, as they kind of like go tottering off to I'm presuming that you pay them to like put the money that you give them behind the counter.
Yeah.
All right, let's go.
So yeah, the same thing. It'd be 9 gold.
I gave him the 9. All right. I am exhausted. I need to sleep.
Excellent. Well, my house is still standing. My parents should be home by now if they've gotten word, but they know you. It'll be fine.
That's good.
Oh, that would be a good idea.
There probably should be a party gold command, although that's something that we kind of need to address anyway. It was one of the things I was hoping to do as a group is who the new keeper of the party gold was going to be, because that had been Mandy.
Yeah.
I think we've pretty much emptied the coffers to buy the things before the battle, so I think it's more or less at 0, if not literally at 0. But yeah, definitely something to come up with.
I vote for either myself or Druge.
The rogue votes for themselves to hold the party money. How shocking.
Well, it's either the church has the money, the rich noble has the money. I don't think the gnome can hold the money because they're tiny, so it's either me or Druge.
I'll take the money. I mean,
I'm fine.
I'm good at counting it.
If you guys
What
want to
do
take
you
a vote
mean,
between myself or Scath-Bais.
What was that, Druge? I'm sorry, I missed it.
I was just saying, if they want to take a vote between myself and Scath-Bais, I'm fine with doing it.
All right. You're going to vote for either me or Druge, either way.
Who said me or Druge? I didn't vote for that.
Yeah, me neither.
You know what? I don't trust a nobleman with my money.
You don't get to choose.
Everybody votes for themselves. We need our Jack Sparrow to vote for Elizabeth
Include yourself
Swan.
in the 2 options. That's not how it works.
Yes, it is how it works.
I could say, let's make a vote between me and Alondite, and then that's what we're going to vote on, who keeps the money.
No.
Clearly, that's the most logical choice.
I am the only one. One's a thief, one's a gold digger, and one wants to give money to the church, and only the church. Okay?
This is
I am
why
the only one that
see,
doesn't have...
Druge. So I vote for Druge. I said either me or Druge. So let's go with Druge.
I don't see why I'm being counted out here.
Because you're tiny, and I don't think
you exist.
No, the problem is you're a tiny.
Right over him.
Rubato, how much weight can you carry? Just out of curiosity.
I don't even know. I don't even know.
If you can carry it, then I would vote for you. But the problem is, I don't know if you can carry that.
I'd have to look it up. Although I know I can currently carry 0 gold, so I don't think it's an issue currently.
Then I think Drew should carry the party money.
I think I have most of the party money already anyway because I got paid back for buying that potion.
Yeah.
Whatever. Future party money Druge will carry.
Okay, sounds good.
If you need me to help keep track, I can do that. I am expecting fortunes.
Open a savings account.
Yeah, at the Bank of Rubato. There's no interest, but there is a fee. Anyways, can we please go to bed?
We're going to bed. We're at my house.
I'm already in bed.
Drew's just been in his race car bed for like the last 2 hours.
I forgot about that.
Does Druge have a little stuffed bear too? Like a blankie?
There's a stuffed orc.
It's awesome. We can't snooze.
There is actually one snooze, but
Not showing up on mine.
just for future reference, coins are 50 to a pound.
Yeah, I can carry
Wait.
a lot then.
What do you? 50 coins for 1 pound of weight.
Yeah.
Okay.
It doesn't matter for the denomination. They're all equal.
No, which of course wouldn't actually be true because they have different densities, but whatever, it's work with it.
I can easily carry party money.
All right, so either one of you can carry it then.
And then if he can't be trusted with it, I can easily carry him.
That is fair.
There, are we all happy now? The thief doesn't have the money. The church isn't taking the money. And
Yes,
I
I would agree with Rubato.
And the
Okay,
gold digger
Mina
doesn't have
carries the money.
until
I mean-
Amina gets spooked and runs off with it and we never find her.
We're not storing the loot in the Beast of Burden again. We've already done that once.
All right, we return to my house.
That was-
Has my family returned yet?
Hold on. Let me just finish that aside really quickly. That was one of the very first things that ever happened in this campaign setting. Was there is like a religious festival that happens, and there's kind of like a what do you want to call it, like a mobile exhibit of holy relics that like travels around, so people, especially in the smaller like cities, can like observe the proper religious rites around the time of that holiday. And the party was sent to help track them down because they had not been heard from, and
They had gone missing.
they were a few days overdue to the next location that they were supposed to be arriving at. And they ended up finding a donkey from the caravan that had the relics, and I don't remember exactly how or where or why, but eventually also found the bag full of the relics, at least the ones that were still remaining. And then they got spooked or accosted by like highwaymen or something. I forget exactly what it was. And so their plan to get the holy relics to safety was to hide them in the donkey, and then just kind of smack it on its haunches and have it run away with them, and then they would track it down later.
All right.
So make sure you watch those holy relics during the during the festivals.
In the donkey.
It was just a donkey. It didn't have a saddle or saddlebags or anything.
That's disgusting.
And
just realized
what
what
was
you
the
were
width
saying.
of these relics?
Damn it, Jim. It's a donkey, not a tauntaun. Excellent. Anyway, sorry. So what was the question, sweetie? Are your parents back?
I go back to.
Yeah.
I go into the house first just in case.
Okay. They are not back.
All right. We go. Fine.
Okay.
I'll kind of hang out and wait up a little, see if maybe show up in the middle of the night just in case they're not. My mom and my sister aren't covered when they get back. They should be, but for now. In the rush to get out, they might have not properly adorned all their coverings.
Sure.
But I let Rubato go back to one of the back rooms that has a bed in it.
I loot the house.
You go out the window.
I would be careful about looting from this house.
Oh yeah. I would not expect physical traps at the church. I would here.
Michael, I want to read that book. Blam! What the hell? I just wanted to read it.
No, but I will crack open my newly acquired book again. And, do some light nighttime reading with my bottle of fine wine.
Are you trying to hide that from Scath-Bais?
No.
Okay.
Nope.
He knows I don't care.
Well, right. I was just curious if you'd have any reaction or anything that you would want to say about that.
Yeah.
Where'd you... Is that the book? How'd you... What? You want to join our guild?
It's one of the books. I didn't think I could be able to get away with both of them, so...
That's
And on the guild
impressive.
thing, maybe. We'll see.
I mean, you have to prove yourself and not steal from the guild, but
Maybe not then.
yeah, stealing from the guild could get you killed quite quickly.
I mean, they're your guild. I probably wouldn't steal from them.
Okay, well,
They don't have my books, so... However, if your guild is looking for work, there is one more of my book that the church still has. Just a thought.
you might have to negotiate that with Braun, but right now they have a very uneasy peace with the priest. But I mean, anything to rankle them up, he might find it amusing.
Yeah, I don't think I can afford your services though.
Yeah. Yeah, they're pretty spent.
Yeah, I got one of my books back, so I'm happy for.
Can you understand anything that's in this book?
Oh
It's
yeah.
not gonna like explode the town, is it?
No, that would have been the other one.
Oh, okay, good. What are these pictures? What is this?
Oh, these are the spells that the goblin shaman was throwing at us when we fought them.
The goblins.
Yeah.
Not the orcs, the goblins.
No, I never found any books with the orcs. Just the goblin. Yeah. So, yeah, I just I wanted to read back through these spells a little more.
Interesting.
Do a lot better in a wizard's hand than in a church.
I'll take your word for it. We don't know much about magic in the guild. So you could be very useful for Braun.
I can help.
He knows
inform some things.
He likes knowing about magic.
Well, I'm sure we can work out a couple of different business ventures then.
Excellent.
I don't even remember what else was in that book, but
I
stories.
guess I can look at the end.
I knew it had sleep in it.
No, I know. I wanted to check your languages. Oh, right, because you use like read magic or
Oh, what language is it?
Oh yeah, that's right. I used a spell.
yeah, it's in Goblish.
Oh, right.
Goblish. I like that. I do have read magic up right now.
Thank you. Yeah, I mean that would be you have to be able, like, spell or no spell, you still have to be able to read it.
Yeah. Where are my languages again?
That's not one of them. I already looked.
No. Well, I use read magic anyways, and my eyes a little purplish
Right.
swirls. I'm like, this is magic. Damn it, I'm going to need that scribe again after all. What was his name?
Oh, let's hope that scribe survived, and hopefully he doesn't tell the
Yeah,
surviving members of the church that you have the book.
Yeah, I might need a new scribe.
Maybe we should just hang on to this until we get somewhere that they won't take the book away from you.
That sure would be nice. I'm trying to build a library after all.
His name was Jacob, by the way.
Yeah, I knew it was in here somewhere. I just was scrolling back through my 18 pages of backstory trying to find it.
I mean, I know that Braun sometimes employs magic-y people to help him figure out how magic-y things work. Maybe he knows a scribe.
Well, I mean, if they can figure out somebody who can at least read the right language, we'll probably work together. But that's not a problem.
That'll probably be for tomorrow.
Yeah, I'm in no hurry. I'm just glad I got one of my books back.
So, yeah, you said it's read magic that you have up?
Yeah. Which I don't think lets me read different languages.
No, that's what I was looking at. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, there are spells for that.
There are, yeah. Which I thought I had one, but I'll have to.
Yeah, for some reason I thought you did too, but I don't know where that's coming from necessarily.
I can decipher the magical inscriptions.
Right. So yeah, so what you can tell, because I mean, I would assume that something like a spell, right, and it's its description and its the pictures for the motions for the components and all that stuff, like I would assume be magical. So I think read magic, you would probably be able to read the spells, but not the rest of it.
Yeah.
Doesn't Rubato speak Gobblish? See, I thought so too, but I looked at my cheat sheet and no.
Yeah, I thought I did too, but it is not listed.
I would say we can go talk to the goblins, but I feel like if they see that you have their book, they might get mad.
Yeah. I mean, we were going to go talk to him anyways, but it's a bit late to talk to him about what we wanted to.
Yeah, I don't think we can convince Alondite to go out there now to talk to them.
Yeah. And it doesn't help. Well, that's a problem for another day. Want another drink?
Or how far my parents got. It was a pretty long fight, though.
Yeah. How long ago was that? I feel like it's been a...
It was like a day.
Real quickly on the book, it's essentially divided into halves that are both being filled towards the middle. So like there's some writing in the front that is writing front to back like normal. Then there's some writing in the back, which is the spells that you read that are in the back being filled from the back front. So you cannot read the stuff near the front. You can read stuff in the
I might just have to learn a new language.
If only you had just leveled up and had skill points to do that with.
I know.
Although honestly, like I'm that's a easy enough retcon if you want to spend a little bit of time studying. I believe it's 2 skill points to learn a language.
Well, nah, we'll just say nah for now. Keep it easy.
Yeah, one, I wasn't going to say necessarily for like right this second, but we could like over the course of a session or two, we could role play a couple of quick scenes about that and then retroactively make that change if you want.
Maybe.
Okay.
We're just going to sit here and drink and go to bed.
Right. All right. Yes. So as you all sleep at various points through the night, depending on whether you're a light sleeper or a heavy sleeper or whatever, but you wake up, 8 to however many hours you want to say, hours later after you go to bed, and you regain your level in hit points for like a normal night's rest. So anybody who's not at maximum hit points gain.
What would it take to convince the church to do long-term care?
Oh, like almost nothing. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, because I'm like, after having cared for Amina for however long was left in the day, I'm starting to feel it.
Right. Yeah, don't forget to update your health on your minis, guys. Both your current and your
Yeah.
Yeah, they have a lot of, they've brought in everybody they can find to help provide aid to people and whatnot. So, you know, they're triaging a little bit, like the new acolyte who hasn't even sworn his vows yet is, you know, like the one that's helping people that are just kind of generally beat up versus the actual clerics are the ones helping people that need like amputations. So you might get, you probably won't get the primo treatment since you don't have any like directly threatening injury. You're probably going to get the, I don't know if this is a thing that they do in Canada, so this reference might be lost on you, but you're going to get the like dental school student level of care.
Oh, I was going to say we get the nurse that checks in once every 4 hours.
Also, I just noticed something. Why is there like a list of minis at the top of Pixie's game? Like, why is Alathril and Blood?
That was when we were in
I have
charge
that
of.
too.
Yeah, it was when we were in charge of the groupings.
Yeah,
It's
you gave
still
us.
there.
Yeah, so we can move them so we can see them in the upper left.
Oh, that's interesting because I don't get that because of course I'd have a billion of them, but I'm not used to that
Yeah.
part of the overlay. Has that always been like that?
Yeah.
Just when you
the
add them
last
to
time.
people we can control.
Yourself is always up there too. Yeah.
That way
Yeah.
you can quickly click on and go to that person to move them.
Right.
Like Ava standing up.
Yeah,
there,
no,
just move them.
it's nice actually. I'm glad it's there. I never noticed it before. Okay. Well, with that, I think everybody wound down their days and got their rest and you know, regained their 3 hit points. And it sounded like there was some disparity in when people were going to bed and whatever. But also, like I said, some people probably slept a little longer and whatnot. So I think for the sake of simplicity, we can say that you all just took an easy morning and then kind of got up and about, you know, a bit before midday.
I make sure I wake up before Rubato to like hear my parents, if they're home, are aware here. If they're not, I will just kind of mill about till he wakes up.
Another real question.
Thader's just showed up in chat and said, I hear you're spreading rumors about Nevio's escapades. Which would be the aforementioned Holy Relic saving.
Holy Relic saving donkey.
We were indeed talking about that. I hope your race and everything went well. I do try to keep up on your races during the day that they're happening. I'm sorry I was not able to do that today, but I hope you had fun and I hope it went well.
Yeah, how'd it go?
So when you wake up in the morning, like when Scath-Bais wakes up in the morning, like your parents are just like there doing their normal morning thing, like cooking.
All right, I come out in full makeup and are just like, hey, just a heads up, my friend Rubato also here.
They're like, oh, we know.
I kind of figured, but didn't want you guys to have him come out and Mother not be covered.
Mother.
Like kind of as you say that, she walks around the corner, kind of like putting her face on.
How far did you guys get out of town?
Oh, we didn't go far. We just didn't want to come back too soon and regret it.
I set fire to a boat. 2 boats in the harbor, actually.
Excellent. That's in and of itself impressive considering the rainstorms we've been having.
Did you know that wizards can cast a spell to put people to sleep, blind them? My friend did that, and I was able to kill 3 orcs with his help.
Your dad kind of like swings around the corner for a big high five.
I put my hand up.
Your mom kind of like puts her hands on her hips. She's like, really? Like, look, we've all done things, but I don't think we need to be quite so cavalier. Kind of shrugs her shoulders and goes about it what he's doing.
He also made sure I didn't die on the boat that we were in. We had potions.
Wait, you just blurt out, we have potions?
We had a potion. It's gone now.
Like, well, that sounds like a pretty decent little gnome then.
He's a good gnome.
We've never had any particular problems with any of them around town. Some, not necessarily out of expectations. We'd like to think that most folks are decent, but glad to hear that you're making good decisions.
I believe magic could be useful for the guild. I think we should try and find a way to find more uses for magic. Especially with the blinding thing. He's telling me apparently some can cast fire.
They both kind of just like narrow their eyes just a little bit, just kind of like, well, you just be careful trusting folk like that. I don't mean gnomes. Just you never know if they're there's a reason. There's generally a reason why most folks that know magic choose not to work with the church, and it's not usually a virtuous one.
Perhaps. I mean, we have no real love for the church either.
Oh, fair enough, but there is some degree of moral purity there, whether or not we always see eye to eye on the day in, day out of things.
Fair enough. I still don't trust them, except for Alondite.
Rom kind of wrings her hands a little bit. She's like, that's the point, sweetie. We're saying don't be over trusty of this fellow either. We're just saying that the ones that work with the church, at least, there's a certain amount of expectation that you can reasonably have. And if he's chosen not to do that, then he's chosen not to be held to those standards. So be careful.
Very well. I'll be careful. I go knock on Rubato's door. You need to go buy potatoes. Wake up.
For what?
I'm getting up. Where's my pants?
You don't have your pants on? Why are you not wearing pants?
I was sleeping. You sleep in pants?
I sleep in night clothes.
Well, it's not like I have my wardrobe with me.
At least you didn't walk out here with my mom and my sisters being able to see you.
I wouldn't do that. Well, Rocket.
I'll meet you in the kitchen. Make sure you get something to eat before we go out.
Okay.
As you guys are kind of talking your way through that, you hear a not a frenzied ringing of, but you hear like a ringing of the town bells, kind of like echoing across the town.
Oh, what now?
Do I also hear that?
Yeah, it's townwide.
Oh.
So whereas like when they were declaring the town was under attack, it was like everyone everywhere and anywhere that had a bell just like yanking on the clapper as fast as they could or whatever. This isn't like that. This is like a rhythmic, like a bing bing bing. Bing bing bing.
We should probably go check that out.
I hope it's not another dragon.
Yeah. Yeah. It wasn't a dragon, but yeah, let's hope it wasn't that.
All right, come on, let's go. Oh, wait. And I run back inside and grab something to eat. Thank you. She told me I had to.
So there's scattered around. There's one or two people here and there that are like kind of passed out in the ditch from the night's revelry. But overall, and certainly there's people going about their business doing whatever. But a good chunk of the people that you see, kind of out and about, are all kind of like heading. Kind of meandering. They're not. There's no like stampede or anything. Kind of meandering their way up towards the northern gate of the city, or sorry, the western gate of the city.
Western gate, so that's this way.
Eight.
Well, what the heck?
Just verifying, did the long-term care take effect yet, or no?
Yeah. This
You're in
is
the
after your
mountain.
rest. So yeah, everybody else regained 3 hit points. You regained 6.
Rubato somehow got launched into the mountainside. I'm working my way back.
Okay, but you were able to get yourself out at least.
Yeah, I got myself out.
Okay.
I was stuck inside of it though, but yeah, that was awkward.
It's not super important that the minis be over here, but I guess we might as well get you all back together. So if you have a mini that's not to the west gate yet, go ahead and go over there. Just so you know where you are.
I'll move over that way and try to find, my friends.
What's Amina's health regen?
I think also 3. Look.
I'll pull Scath-Bais and Rubato aside and be like, hey, after whatever this thing is, I could use your help with something.
Oh yeah.
That I've been thinking about last night.
Does it involve drinking or killing somebody?
It involves shooting arrows at me.
Shooting arrows? I have 5 bolts. Will that work?
I mean, bolts will work. Yeah, that's fine. I just want to practice something that I have been wanting to try.
This sounds horrible.
I mean, I get to shoot at somebody. That's fine.
I mean, you guys are shooting the bolts at me.
Yeah, this doesn't sound good, but I'm down.
It doesn't matter. Like, dude, where am I shooting you? The leg?
Oh, it doesn't matter. It won't matter.
I think I'll just make
it's
sure.
on your mask.
I'll just not shoot towards your.
That would be preferable.
Okay.
Yes.
Right,
I'm aiming for the face.
No, we're not going to aim for the face.
No.
No.
Is Alondite coming?
Maybe I'll aim for the knee or something.
Yes, but I need to try and do a fortitude or constitution yell for Amina, and to know what her health is.
I love that Druge has a little bird on his.
I know. I love. Yeah.
The bird is so fun.
They're good.
You need to have an actual bird now.
It's a spirit guide. Okay? It's not just a bird. I put some respect on it, okay?
Oh, he's your spirit guide. He's so cute.
That's a boy.
Hey, Rock,
His name's
can you
Echo.
reshare the
Has a name.
Yeah, it's on my character sheet and everything.
Hero Forge stuff.
Echo.
Yeah. Which do you have one specifically you want?
Well, I don't remember which ones we ended up getting versus the ones that I had from somebody else that I then lost.
I have encounters, merchant caravan, paranormalist, townsfolk.
I guess, but townsfolk and merchant.
I did them all. Did you get it?
Yeah.
All right. While we are like, I assume like we're like slowly like gathering over here, and then okay, while we are like waiting for more people to gather and them to start, I'm going to move like off to like an open area and do like practice things, like not wasting time.
Okay.
Like I'll take my sword out and like, you know, they let people know to stay away, keep a distance from me.
Dang it. Yeah, the nobles one was what I had access to briefly from whoever else that was from before they all magically disappeared. Wasn't sure if we had enough minis left for me to drop a few in there. So the townsfolk one, we actually have a pretty great little town's crier. And then, but actually, if you want to move over kind of more like by where. Oop. Oh dear. No, not her. The crier. Criers. So those of you that have been around Capstone for any period of time know that this is like the Lord's Manor. This is where the ruler/rulers of Capstone are located, or where like their residence. I can speak. So the town crier is just kind of making his way around, kind of hear ye rather, although hear thee, I suppose. Just kind of like summoning people to come for like to hear words from the lady and lord partner of Capstone.
Look at that guy.
Yeah, he's definitely not the dwarf up there is definitely not decked out like that. He's just there's not a whole lot of dwarf minis, and that's the only one that's bald, and he's bald, so all right, so yeah, over the course of 10 or 15 minutes, like a good throng of people arrives, including a lot of the soldiery and and the captains and commanders and Bridget's here, and grabbed their minis too. Oh god, collected half the minis at the front gate on. That would have gotten weird real quickly if I started moving them. Building height. Noxious. We're talking. I didn't even think about it, but I think it's worth having at least kind of the main NPC characters, if you will, there. right, there we go. So, assembled, you have the majority of the remaining captains, although there are a few that are seen to the gates and reconstruction efforts and whatnot. And the 3 commanders and Bridget, and then those of you that have lived in Capstone for a while are, I'm sure, familiar with the lady and lord partner, but we've never really directly interacted with any of them here, like in session. So this is Donella. She is a tall, commanding figure with a lithe build. She's about 5'10", so she's pretty tall. And she has like very tanned skin from being outside a lot. She has long, dark brown, like kind of like chestnut brown hair that's usually in kind of like a big loose braid, and often filled with little like trinkets and things that have been given to her by the citizens of Capstone. Tends to wear a lot of greens. And she's pretty well known for like kind of walking amongst the people and like being around, being pretty present. Her husband Fergus, the dwarf there, is I think this is slightly on the taller side for a dwarf, but he's like 4'8", like pretty stout. After like years of like smithing and probably some fighting experience, if you kind of looked at him. The way he carries himself and whatnot. He has darker skin as well, kind of a coppery tone, and he has a thick braided beard coming off the front of his face, but is bald up top. Covered where there would be hair though. His head is like covered in tattoos that like flow all the way down from like the top of his head, like all the way down to like kind of to his neck, and like fade into the clothing that he's wearing. And I guess you haven't talked to him yet, but he's more of a not a strong man in the bad way, but kind of like a leadership through strength, like kind of gruff. Like if we have to wield authority, and so be it. Like whereas his wife, who's the one that's technically in charge of the town and functionally, like is a little bit more soft-spoken. So Donella and Fergus are lady and lord partner, and the rulers of Capstone are have like come out onto the kind of there's like a little bit of a whatever deck or whatever kind of at the very front of their house there that they're standing on, with the other folks arrayed below them. And when you guys arrive, they've kind of already started speaking out to the crowd. It seems obviously a lot of it's going to echo like what Bridget said yesterday, kind of trying to motivate people to look to the future, and obviously like acknowledging the terrible losses, but like trying to kind of like keep people calm, like do what they can to kind of talk about unity and, like I said, moving forward and whatnot. And then when it looks like the majority of the people that are coming have kind of arrived, like the kind of the flow of people has kind of dwindled, then they kind of look to each other, and Fergus pulls out like a piece of parchment that he hands to Donella, and she kind of like looks down at it, like looks around the crowd a little times, kind of comparing something, and then
she looking for us.
And they start calling out like individual people who like contributed greatly either to the defense of Capstone or to the recovery yesterday. They especially recognize a couple of the captains, and and call, oh my gosh, I have the name Donella stuck in my head now. Call Dunstan, different D name, up for helping like spearhead the last stand at the gate, and and commend him. And they don't call Druge's mom up, but like specifically, but they kind of like indicate, and like over here, kind of like all of these folks who like pulled together to make sure everyone was like fed and taken care of as best as they could be given the circumstances. So as they're doing this, kind of like the kind of refrain that keeps coming through is like, to the captains and then to Dunstan and whatnot, is like, you are like a defender of Capstone. And then when they go to talk about the peasantry that helped out yesterday, like, you are all children of Capstone. And like, they're again kind of like trying to use that language to like create like a sense of unity. And then as they kind of like work their way down through the like direct military ranks, then they start calling up, and like, now to join us on the stairs, we need Druge, Scath-Bais,
Gabash.
all right. I know how to pronounce it. That's dumb mispronouncing.
Yeah.
Rubato, Baheer, and Ava of the Scouts, and like kind of calls all of you to come and join them.
What about Alondite?
Did I not say Alondite? Sorry, and Alondite, of course.
No, Alondite was just expected though.
I got distracted because I was going to look. I realized that I hadn't grabbed Ava's mini either, which also not super important, but might as well grab it if I'm grabbing other people.
I already got her.
Oh, did you? Perfect. Thank you. Yep. It's one of those things I struggle with a lot when learning to play music. Also, is I would read ahead, which to some degree you're supposed to do, but then it would distract me from what I was supposed to be playing and mess me up, which is funny because reading ahead is supposed to make things easier for you, but. Nice. Thank you, guys.
Baheer standing behind the short ones.
So, they kind of like descend the stairs a little bit to stand closer to you, and kind of as they make their way among you, kind of like put a hand on your shoulder and like shake your hand and just kind of like generally interact with you really briefly, and then kind of turn back to the crowd and and say, and of course our soldiery, such as we have it, here, as we've already recognized, did their utmost and paid the ultimate price to ensure this victory. We also want to recognize the outstanding contributions of this group of people whose like communication, coordination, and like contributions to the defense of Capstone were instrumental in our defense. Many of you don't know this yet, outside of the militia, but there were repeated attempts by the orcs to ambush the town from the harbor, and like as she says that, kind of like a gasp, kind of like crowd. And you hear a few people kind of off the side, kind of like, I told you, and kind of like razzing each other and like I thought you were full of shit, like kind of, and and this group of people, collectively like spearheaded the efforts to, of course, with the help of, and like indicates over towards, Captain Alexis, and kind of like stops briefly and also like and kind of drops her head, and and the no longer with us Captain Silas helped lead that defense, and Sir Alondite here, as I'm told, I'm sorry, this is our first meeting, but congratulations on your knighthood, and thank you for helping to shore up the lines when things started to falter north of the gate. And like she's doing her best, but obviously like also she doesn't really know anything about like military or whatever, so she's like kind of tries to like say something about a flank, but is like, I don't really know, and like kind of like stumbles past it, and then like moving along, kind of like trying to keep things.
How do I take a picture again?
So you want to hit.
Sorry, I didn't mean to fail.
F6 goes into photo mode, and then in there you can alter if you want like depth of field. You might want off because that, depending on, unless you want to really fiddle with where the depth of field is. Yeah, that'll just like it unblurs the background and stuff. And then the little button right above it, yeah, in the middle there, you hit that and it'll temporarily hide the HUD, and then you hit F12 to take the screenshot. Yeah, that's a good shot, sweetie, with the crier standing right there too.
Okay.
She kind of like stumbles over trying to get into the specifics of it a little bit more, and then kind of like hand waves to kind of like reset herself. And it's like, so suffice it to say that all of us are deeply indebted to these few, and as such, we wish to recognize them as best as we can. And so would Mr. Druge please join us up on the stairs here?
Druge, your moment.
If I can make my way up there.
There you go. Yeah, here.
I really hope his mom is in the crowd cheering.
Oh, she absolutely is. Yeah,
like
she was,
like clapping and crying.
Oh, there we go.
That's my boy.
Oh yeah, no. As you're like going up there, you know, like, because in real life you can like pick out, you know, especially like your mom and dad's voice, right? You know, like you can hear it through a room of people talking, and like you hear your mom, and then like kind of look up and see her like hands cupped, and she's like, "Your hair looks nice today, sweetie." Come on, shut up.
Don't crown me a hero right now. You're killing the vibe.
She gives you like the signature Druge family thumbs up.
Yeah.
So Donnell steps over to you and shakes your hand, and she says, young Mr. Druge, I understand from what Captain Alexis has told me that you were personally single-handedly responsible for she like kind of like stumbles over it, trying to not say like, you know, crushing 2,000 orcs with a big rock, for helping stem the tide of ambushing orcs at the harbor, and that ambush may very well have gotten through if not for your courageous actions and your quick thinking. And as such, I would like to rename the harbor Druge Harbor in your honor.
What?
Yeah, when he hears that, Druge puffs his chest out, kind of flares his lats, and like, yeah, you know, all in a day's work wasn't even that hard, you know. As he's like gasping for air at the same time because
he's still a little fatigued.
I mean, we're rested, but like, come on, you know, one night rest isn't going to recover from everything that just happened. But yeah, he's puffing his chest out, flaring his lats, flexing his 9-inch biceps. Like, yeah, you know, it wasn't even hard. I'll do it again any day, you know.
She kind of like bites her lip and smiles a little bit and gives you a little nod, and then you feel kind of like on like kind of your hip, you feel like a little kind of like a you like a paternalistic like kind of like pat from Fergus, and kind of under his breath he's like, don't overdo it, kid.
Hey, he hears that, he's like, oh yeah, you're right, sorry, and like kind of brings everything back down, makes himself skinny again.
And then she grabs your hand and like lifts it up over her head, and is like, 3 cheers. And the crowd, it's a little disorganized. You know how it goes trying to get a crowd to do anything, but they give it a decent go. You know, people cheer for you. There's some clapping. You hear your mom. She knows how to do that crazy like whistle thing where you put like 4 fingers in your mouth and then it comes out like super loud. So she like does that.
He just stands and waves, smiles, does a little bow, curtsy, hits all the courtesies towards everyone.
So they give you a moment, and then Fergus kind of like elbows you, but of course he's way shorter than you, so like the elbow
goes into the thigh.
Yeah, it's like into your thigh.
Gives me a Charlie horse. All right. Let me go back in line with my folks.
Then kind of going down the list that she had before, then Donella calls up and
Scath-Bais,
Bosh, would you please come forward? She starts really slow, kind of like I just did, and then you fill in, and then she kind of rushes to be like, yeah, no, I know.
How do I get up the stairs?
There you go.
Close enough. All right. I'm on the stairs. It's fine.
Runs up the rail.
I gotcha. So from what I understand, she kind of starts talking, and then kind of not too bad, but kind of minorly clutches her pearls when she actually kind of looks at you a little bit more up close, and is gathers. There we go. Third tries to charm her thoughts, and then says, from what I understand, you represented your guild, whose name I'm not even going to try and butcher, very well on the field, and that you encouraged some of those fine folks to come to our aid, and we here in Capstone, we are a frontier town of many challenges and many chances, and second chances, and to thank you and your people. I have I've talked it over with the captains, and you see one or two of them kind of crossing their arms a little bit. They're and I'm prepared to offer to expunge the records of anyone who, and again, you kind of hear some murmurs going through the crowd, and she's like, anyone who can prove that they demonstrably participated in the defense of the town. Because your guild's, however many people or whatever,
yeah.
And only a fraction of them helped. So it's not blanket amnesty for everyone who's ever associated with your group. But the people who did actively help are being offered that.
Out of curiosity, what would Braun's contribution attribute to, since he pretty much gave Bridget the means to destroy an entire tower?
You're asking her that?
Oh, yeah. Scath-Bais has zero social skills. She's just curious. She wants to know.
Well, I suppose, you almost can hear the gnashing of teeth from down by where the captains are standing. But she's like, well, I suppose that help is help, and who are we to say? And you hear one of them kind of tries to be like, well, now that and kind of gets shushed by their peers or whatever. And this one's definitely a little bit more contentious, but as people are kind of starting to talk a little bit more and kind of look at each other a little more, she kind of holds up her hands, and she was like, now this is a day to celebrate. Any of those among
Nathra Dub,
those people who helped with the defense of the town can they must report to one of the camps no later than midday by the end of the 10-day, with someone who can vouch for their participation, and then we will see to it that their records are expunged.
I'll pass it along if they aren't already here to know this.
Playfully, jokingly, Druge puts his hands, cups his hand around his mouth, goes boo, boo, as he looks up at Scath-Bais.
Druge, I'm very good with the crossbow. I just put my hand to my heart and kind of bow to her and thank her.
And to be clear, for the most part, she her. It is her kind of bumbling around with how to pronounce your names and whatnot is not like intentionally disrespectful. Like
No, they just
appears
don't know.
She appears to be well intentioned, and obviously there was that one kind of like slightly underhanded comment, but for the most part, like it seems to be genuinely offered and given and taken. So so she kind of makes one more call for like unity on that, and how as Bridget extolled at the Northern Gate, it is a new dawn.
I skitter down the stairs. I don't like being in public places. Very awkward for me.
And Mr. Rubato.
Well, you're not going to say all of it?
They might not know your whole name.
Oh, well,
Are you actually calling him out for that?
Yeah.
She's like, this is what I have to go off of. How would you like us to recognize you, sir?
Well, the full name, thank you very much, is Rubato Mente Perduto del Hombre Brio.
Kind of purses her lips again and like, I will do my best. And kind of, which is not really a crier's job. It's like, crier, would you make sure to get all these wonderful people's names and their spellings and everything. We're gonna work out some sort of a memorial or something for all of the defenders of Capstone as well, and we want to make sure that we get that right. And he's kind of like, doesn't even have like a quill, whatever. Like he's. So he kind of like skitters off to try and figure out some way to accomplish that.
Like, what's relic? I have a quill and some ink you can borrow. Well, I don't have ink actually. Alondite took that. I have a quill you can borrow.
So he takes it and kind of like tips his head to you and is like, all right, well, halfway there, and starts kind of poking around through the crowd. And
Alondite said he offers the ink.
Okay.
Guess I'm not finishing that novella anytime soon.
Get you some more. It's fine. It will be compensated somehow monetarily for what we've done.
Like the tent.
So, again, obviously she's working off of like Cliff's notes from what they've been able to piece together through one short night of, of like reconnaissance of what actually happened during the battle. So, you're not exactly getting like a full accounting of everything that happened in the battle or whatnot. But, she speaks up that, from what I've been told by the defenders on the beach, the enemy shaman out in the middle of the lake were laid low by this fine young man's magics, and without their help, the last and final ambush from the harbor may very well not have been defeated.
This is true.
As a result, we are not a city of large magical archives or any such thing, but from what I understand, the constabulary may be in possession of some things that belong to you, and I hereby commit to you that today we will ensure that your belongings are returned to you.
Oh, fantastic!
Oh no!
This was planned way before you did that.
Well, I mean, there's two books, right?
Oh, that's great.
There you go. Where's the book at? Well, I have it already.
and that gets like a loud protestation from Rosalind and one of the other paladins, who were like, "Ma'am, we will definitely need to talk." And she kind of tries to wave it off. She's like, "I know. There may have to be a few redactions or something, but we'll make sure that your property is returned to you, henceforth."
I would certainly appreciate that. Thank you so much.
Oh dear.
And furthermore, I promises of future favors, I suppose. Forgive me, but if it comes to my attention that we obtain access to magical artifacts, and and again, the captains kind of start getting agitated. She's like, after some review, we'll see if we can't bring you in as a consultant. And she kind of nods her head, proud of herself for coming up with that kind of workaround plan for.
I would be happy to assist for a modest fee.
I get to look at the things and I get money.
She almost like she kind of like almost kind of started to move towards like introducing the next person on the list when you say that. She's like, we'll figure that out later, I suppose. Like, she doesn't want to get into that like here.
We'll work out the details, and I'll do a big flourish and cast prestidigitation on myself to make fireworks kind of burst around me. And then I'll...
Is that how prestidigitation works?
Sure. Why
one
not?
of the many things.
All right.
That is definitely met by a bit of a crowd reaction. There's varying degrees of shock and awe there, but for the most part, that resolves itself in some not thunderous applause, but a step above golf clap at least.
Like, as I come down the stairs, I look up here. I wasn't supposed to use magic here, right? I think we talked about
I
it.
don't know. Not me.
I think it just depends on the type of magic that you use.
No, right.
Yeah, I don't think you bring Stefano out. I think that's
Yeah, just leave,
that's a hard line.
That's gonna throw my whole script out the window here.
Leave the toys out of it.
And the campaign changed.
Celebrate.
It's a dungeon crawl. The dungeon is Capstone.
Right.
I was going to say campaign change. Does that mean I'm the big bad now?
I mean, sort of.
Anyways.
That would actually be really funny. Like, have a community event where everybody gets to roll up characters to come and try and defeat you because you've gone evil.
Interesting.
All right, and so okay, so you do your little show. You excuse yourself from the stairs there, and then they call up and diplomat, for what I'm told, Baheer from faraway lands.
Oh, step up, shake their hands.
Seeing that you're a little bit more like militarily inclined, like Fergus definitely gives you a little bit more attention. Like he leans in, like gives you like a a good like armbar hug and like a big slap on the back, and like he definitely identifies a bit more with your way of doing things.
Mm-hmm.
And she says, from what I understand, young Baheer placed himself in mortal danger on many occasions on behalf of our people, which is spectacularly commendable under any circumstances, but especially for someone that does not call Capstone home. I wish I had something more concrete to offer you, and I will see to it that the She kind of realizes, like, oh, and I forgot. And we will see to it that the quartermaster handles some compensation for all of you that we have called up here today. But for you, diplomat Baheer, I do not know much of your quest, but from what I understand, you have some she kind of like stops and is like, how much this? Out of a big group of people.
However much you'd like to.
Okay. Yeah, you actually like hear her say that under your breath, or under her breath. So you say that. She's like, okay, from what I understand, you came here on a diplomatic mission, and that has yet to bear fruit. So I am no baron, I am no king, but I do hold some sway, and for my part, I will see to it that what aid we can lend your cause, we shall.
While she's talking about Baheer, I whispered to Alondite, he wanted to run. I find this ironic.
Wait, what? Are you serious?
Yeah. He wanted to run away. He wanted to get on a boat and leave.
Rubato did too.
I know.
Nope.
I find this all ironic.
Very predictable for
I was the only one in the harbor besides maybe Druge that actually wanted to stay and fight because we have family here. We care about this place.
Ava wanted to stay as well.
That's true.
She was a little more wishy-washy on it, but she was more towards staying.
Anywho, yeah, I whisper that to Alondite.
I'll do like a elaborate bow. Well, thank you for assisting me in this endeavor. I would love to talk more candidly at a later time.
She's like, not dismissively, but like, just kind of, as like, I know, like kind of waves her hand, like, yes, of course. This is not the place for such negotiations, but, and it will be some time before we could commit any, directly interventional help, but we can help with training, we can help with advocacy, and maybe someday in the future we could even lend men at arms.
I would appreciate that. Thank you very much.
Again, as she's been doing, she clasps your wrist and like holds your hand up above her head and calls for cheers, and then make your way down the stairs. And then she calls Ava up to join them. She kind of gathers herself. She's been talking between like kind of all the talking that was happening before they started talking about you guys, and then talking about you guys. She's been talking and projecting herself for a while now, so she kind of stops and clears her throat and composes herself again and says, this is Ava. Many of you around here know Ava as a fast friend and as a gentle heart. Ava finds herself in an interesting position, being walking among two worlds, being a member of our militia and also a member of this band of heroes. And from everything I understand, from start to finish, Ava represented herself and Capstone to the highest level between her scouting missions that helped reveal this dastardly attack, to her actions during the battle, sharing important communiques, participating hands-on in the defenses. And we know that this call to action will not come easily to her. But with the loss of our beloved Captain Randall, with the pre-approval of the militia here, I am here to offer you the commission of Scout Captain, if you so desire it. And Ava, right? She's kind of like light on her feet and always kind of moving around a little bit, and kind of like bobs her head, and is like, thank you. As you said, my heart is split in two ways, and also broken today for the loss of my friend. I will need some time to think about it. And then kind of stops, and for like really probably the first time ever, you see Ava like looking sad, and you kind of like trails off for a second, thinks for a moment, and then kind of like pastes a big smile on. She's like, but I thank you for bringing me up here today. We all did everything that we could do. Everyone did a wonderful job. Trying to give kind of one of her patented like Ava like motivational speeches. Yesterday was hard, and it will be hard for a while, but we're like Danella said, we're gonna do this together, and thank you, and kind of like rushes off the stairs.
You didn't sneak bad.
No, I know. So with that, we of course we have a few more things to get through, and I know we're getting towards the end of when we want to wrap up our sessions and whatnot. But there is an ad break coming, whether we want it or not. We were running out of snoozes, and that's a good point to break really quick before we get into kind of the last phase of this ceremony. So let's just take 3 to 5 minutes real quick, stretch, and then we'll come back.
Well, I didn't get my title. I was expecting to get title.
Me
Grand
neither. What the?
We still have one more person.
The king of New Capstone.
They haven't done Alondite yet.
Yep.
I caught a Farfetch'd. Yay.
Know where I have some more flare spells for you, Alondite. Color spray works great to.
Also, all you guys.
Sorry, I only know that as an offensive spell in my face.
Alondite over here is also a noble, by the way.
Yes, but I've known him my whole life. We have a rapport.
Spaceman Alondite.
Yeah.
I'm due for an update in armor and change in mini. I don't use a mace anymore.
I was really
Flail.
torn about using color spray up there as my flare.
Oh dear.
I guess if you aimed it up in the air, it would be fine. But
That was the
Confetti!
plan, but- exactly. But I thought, prestidigitation's good enough.
it's spicy confetti.
Yes. And only one of us here truly knows how spicy.
The spiciest.
Was I underwater at that point?
It burns.
Oh, it was earlier on when Scath-Bais jumped out a window with 4 total hit points and died. Or was it 8? 8 hit points and I took 4 damage.
Yeah. Yeah, it was back with the scary book.
I'll never guess where you were. You were at the bar.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right. For the last phase here, I just want to get my performer hat on really quickly. Also, for parts of this, there will be some visual aids, which will line up synchronously with those of you that are watching the stream, because you'll be hearing me and seeing the things at the same time.
Wait, is Alondite really not getting anything?
It'll be a little bit awkward for a moment for those of you that are in Discord with us, because you'll hear me and then you won't see the thing until like 5 seconds later on Twitch. But so sorry about that part. But I think it'll be really cool for viewers.
I'll just mute you and watch.
I was gonna say I'll just definitely watch stream.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. I mean, I think you'll know when to do it. So don't do it yet. But.
Mm-hmm.
So, all right. So then she kind of clasps her hands and says, lastly, and certainly not leastly, we must, we learned a hard lesson yesterday that we must invest more into our defense, into the defense of our people, into the defense of our kingdom. And with that comes changes. It comes, of course, we must repair. Excuse me. Of course, we must repair. We must rebuild. We must upgrade. But also, we must increase our footprint. Never again can Capstone be found to be caught so unaware. So today we are announcing the renaming and the commissioning of forts in honor of our fallen captains. Fort Silas will be under the command of Commander Selena. That will be the fort on the northeast corner of town, closest to the mountain where Silas gave his life for our people. And she kind of applause comes, and Fort Roderick, or the Northwest Fort in town, will be renamed in honor of Roderick, who gave his life on the battlefield, and will be under the command of Albert. And you those of you that are close enough to the stairs hear a little bit of a rumbling among people being like, that's like there's only 2 forts right now though, and like more captains than that passed away. And so she kind of like holds her hands up, she like kind of hushes the crowd, and she's like, today also we announced the commissioning of 3 new forts further afield from Capstone to offer a first line of defense to our people. So never again do we have to relive the horrors of yesterday. Fort Randall will be built south of town, on the edge of the woods from whence these orcs first came, and will be under the command of Commander Dunstan. Fort Gareth will be built northeast of town, out past Mount Capstone, and will be under command of Captain Roslin. And like with that, you hear kind of like 2 sides like both kind of like erupt into starting like an argument. And then and she was expecting this was going to be a problem though, and she like keeps on trucking. She says, and we are pleased to announce that the last and one of the mightiest contributors to our cause yesterday, that Alondite will be awarded command of the new Fort Leona. We know that Alondite and Leona worked closely together, and although this small token does not undo your loss, it is the best way that we could think to honor her memory. And like as soon as she finishes like saying that, then you hear just yelling like at the top of their lungs from off to the side from where you're standing, and like Rosalind like starts like storming up the stairs, and she's like, "This is outrageous! How dare you rob me of the fort named in honor of my comrade!" And like before she can get to the bottom of the stairs, like Bridget jumps in front of her and like sticks her hand in her chest and is like, "You should count yourself lucky to even stand among the defenders of Capstone today. Know your place." And like Rosalind like gets like right up in her face, and she's like, you try to paint me as being in a frenzy and disobeying orders. What of your own passion in the moment? You speak of disobedience. I call it the courage to carry on, to cover the retreat, and to give the men and women on the flanks a fighting chance to get back to the gate. How many lived because of our stand, Bridget? Dozens? Hundreds? Thousands? Kind of like turns to the crowd as she says that. I was ready for the Archangel's embrace. You judge me for my heart? And she's like crying as she's like yelling in Bridget's face. Like, I say you should search yours. Why did you put me, and was like pounding her chest, in the center? Why did you throw my platoon to the Wolf Riders? Because you knew I would stand tall and hold the line no matter the cost. And how dare you hold that against me now? And like the crowd just like erupts into a frenzy. Like people, like taking both sides, and like it starts to get like kind of out of hand pretty quickly, and like Bridget gets up in her face and essentially starts like threatening her with arrest.
Alondite, they're gonna be rioting.
What was that?
I said, Alondite, I feel like there's gonna be a riot.
Like gets up in Rosalind's chest, and like I said, starts to threaten her with like stand down, or I'm gonna see you arrested. And like Rosalind just like leans into it further, and she's like fine, do what you have to, but I will be judged by a higher power. If I'm to be found guilty, then let me be found guilty on holy ground. And like storms off towards the church.
Awkward.
Just kind of stand stoically, waiting to be told what to do.
Well, congratulations, Alondite! He's gonna start clapping his hands. Woo!
Yeah, the crowd is really fractured. Like, some people like immediately start following Rosalind. Like some people like are just like dead silent, like what the hell? Some people are, there's like a little bit of a like golf clap for like, like, yeah, Alondite, but also, so yeah, I mean, go ahead if you guys want to try and like, kind of steal the show there, so to speak. Like, yeah, Alondite, like, go ahead and make a charisma check if you want to try and like kind of work the crowd a little bit.
Yeah, I'm gonna cast dancing lights and have them spiral around Alondite and then launch into the sky.
While he's doing that, can I do like a diplomacy speech?
Sure.
Yeah.
Just my diplomacy. Yeah. Okay. My diplomacy is a +2 only. That's my intimidate's better.
Yes.
Intimidate them to believing in me. Okay, let's see. I have to amend it a bit. What I had written and what just happened kind of changes. And a little forethought. I thank you for this opportunity. Now is not the time to fight and squabble amongst each other. Now is the time for unity. As a member of both parties, of both church and military, I thank you for this. The glory and praise should not go to me, but to Bana, who protected us on this day. I would not be here if it was not for Bana. We would not be here if it was not for Bana. Let us not fight for those that have passed away, but remember those in an honorable way, not to fight one another like this.
And you said that's while Rubato's doing his like spells and stuff.
Yeah.
All right. Yeah. Make me that charisma
back
check.
here.
What's up?
I said I'm pretending to be his number one supporter back here, leading the cheers.
14.
Okay. I mean, pretty respectable showing. I think like as you are giving this speech, I mean, of course, you're giving it its all, and you're definitely getting some engagement from people. And as you're saying at various points, like as you're calling out for unity and whatnot, you hear Fergus and Danella, kind of try like, yeah, kind of trying to like get people to like, pay more attention to this and not what's going on over there. And I mean, they're legitimately supporting you too, but obviously there's like an overt like desire to control the situation a little bit too. So they're very much like letting their support to what you're saying. And shoot, I forgot where I was going with that. That was the main point I wanted to make, but I'm sorry, I just ADD'd really hard on. There was going to be a follow up there, and it's totally gone now. Right. We were talking about year 14 there. Sorry. There's like definitely like a more lukewarm reaction than you might have hoped for under other circumstances. But at the same time, like you, I mean, obviously fill in for yourself, but I would imagine that Alondite would be like riding pretty high there, and the majority of the crowd that's gathered is being kind of like coalesced around the speech that you're giving, and with support from the lady and Lord Partner, and like you feel pretty good about it. It's, it wasn't a home run, but you feel pretty good about it.
Yeah. True to life, I stuttered a bit.
So as a quick meta question, is there anything else that anybody else wants to try and say or whatever here, or have a quick interjection for the town crier? But I don't want to pull anybody's spotlight away if anybody wants to try and affect that situation any further or say anything else.
Not really.
I just didn't want to rob anybody, especially obviously Alondite, since the reveal of his reward was like a little bit different. So didn't want to like rob you of anything else that you might want to say or follow up with there. But like as all of that's happening, and you guys are giving your speech and using your magic and whatnot. Let's see, it was Alondite had the ink and Baheer had the quill.
Yeah.
So the town crier comes kind of like pushing his way up through the crowd to you guys and like really quickly kind of like shoves both of those things back in your hand and then goes like skittering off to kind of like the north side of where the crowd is, and then it's like, hear ye, like like paladin fights with like paladin fights with Marshall, like more at the church, like come now for a once in a lifetime event, like kind of trying to like ringmaster it a little bit to
Can I pull the town crier aside for a second? Like, listen, 5 gold in it if you paint Rosalind in a horrible light, and then Bridget as an angel.
he kind of looks around a little bit, and he was like, how dare you impugn my honor, and then kind of like leans in and takes
hang
the gold.
on I roll a listen check to see if I hear that.
Sure.
17.
As he takes it, I'll be like, I'm sorry, good sir, I should have known you were a reputable sort.
He's like, yeah, my and kind of like loudly says, like, my attentions cannot be bought so frivolously. I am a bringer of news and current events, and I take my role seriously. And then he kind of leans into you and he's like, no promises, but I'll see what I can do.
I walk over to Baheer and just go, You're slowly growing on me, nobleman. That was a beautifully underhanded thing to do. Almost worthy of my respect.
I wouldn't say underhanded. I mean, it's in good taste.
So as like obviously that kind of like phrased the end of the rally a little bit. Like Bridget's standing there, like pretty much like hands on hips, like tapping one foot, like kind of looking up the stairs at Donella and Fergus, and Donella's kind of like doing her best to try and kind of reassert like yay Capstone kind of verbiage, and then eventually she sees that people are the masses have short attention spans, so between just kind of generally being ready to go about their day or whatever revelry or whatever else they needed to do, like people are kind of like starting to meander, like some people are starting to meander out, and like probably more people are starting to follow the crier as he like makes his way up north. He's a bit behind, he's not like right with Rosalind or anything, but as he like makes his way up kind of the general path where she was heading, and like probably like I don't know, a third of the crowd like breaks off and follows him, and the rest kind of start dispersing. And some people hang around and try and glad hand. Some people use as an opportunity to come up and say thank you to you guys, and a few people use as an opportunity to try and kind of steal their 5 minutes to chat with the lady and whatnot. But you see the things kind of start breaking up, and
I tap a dagger on Alondite's like cauldron, get his attention.
Tink, tink, tink.
Out of curiosity,
It's now the time.
I got a question. If you're commanding an outpost, are we adventuring?
How does Bridget do her duties?
I mean, goes back and forth between 2 different posts.
And my post 1 is with the party, and my second post is with the tower.
You're brilliant.
Hmm.
I put my dagger away. I was kind of holding my dagger up, kind of like this, kind of moving it around as I talked.
Some people's kids, huh? Not the time for such things.
She like just barely glances down at you and kind of like gives you a quick nod and then like kind of like turns back up towards the Lord and Lady and like she's about to kind of like she's getting more and more impatient. She's like about to interrupt them, and then Donnell's like, oh yes, thank you all for coming. I will be about town today. This is a time of togetherness. Let your neighbors know. Let me know if you need to. Everyone should be fed. Everyone should be dry. And kind of starts like just kind of like rattling off all the kind of like more mundane details of like emergency management and whatnot. Like as soon as she says like, everyone's free to go, like Bridget like takes off and starts running up north as well.
Oh dear.
I turned around to Baheer and go, I was promised being able to shoot at you. That's still happening.
I think we might want to see how this goes.
Oh, okay.
Maybe after.
I put my crossbow back. I was kind of starting to like bring it out.
I mean, we could try one time real quick if you want, but
I think it'd be a bad idea to do it in front of all these people. They might not understand what's going on.
I mean, it would look pretty cool.
Well, especially
until
I mean, you guys also did just Alondite with Rubato's help did also just barely help avoid like a near riot. So
I mean, until they arrest me for shooting at you because they don't understand the context.
Oh yeah,
we'll just do it later. It's fine.
Okay.
I guess we should go figure out what else is going on.
We chase after Bridget, or I do.
Okay. Anybody else staying, going? What are you thinking?
I'll head in the direction that they go.
If I can catch up to her, I'll be like, Bridget, now, maybe we need to take a short aside before we head on down there to make sure our minds are nice and clear. And be a little more demure, Bridget, before we run into something like this.
And for the moment, at least, not breaking stride. She's like, and what exactly would that look like to you? Sir, kind of like stumbles over words for a second, like Sir, Mr. Diplomat, whatever I'm supposed to call you by here.
Maybe just take a few deep breaths and be a little more mindful of what consequences might happen.
I think the consequences have already happened. She like literally like bites her tongue like briefly, and then it is like, our wonderful dear leader there made an entirely political decision there that suits her needs best, but with absolutely no respect to what the outcome of that would be. And now I, as always, am left holding the bag with this captain, and like pretty much like spits out the words pretty much, is like, who in my opinion should be in a jail cell. Like how exactly is it that you want me to handle this calmly? And like wheels on you really quickly, like hands on hips.
Well, I just would rather not have something like this turn into a duel to the death, or something like that, because I feel like stuff like this tends to happen that way. But also, I found it really weird that the noble lady just kind of like stood up there and didn't say anything about it, but
It's like, well, yes, Donnell is known for many things, but foresight isn't exactly one of them. So I would imagine she was panicking for not the first time in the last day. So needless to say, the last 36 hours has been her first real crisis.
Well, if it does end up, being a duel and you don't, how would I feel like it's kind of beneath you to duel someone like her. So if you need like someone to step in for you, I could do it. Just saying.
She's actually taken aback. like it actually does kind of like break her scowl for a second. She's like, you know, I want to be mad, and I'm mad at a lot of people right now, but one of them doesn't have to be you. That's the first useful suggestion that you've had so far. Thank you. That is not my plan, but as you've probably seen, Rosalind likes to make her own decisions. So I guess don't be the first to act, but be ready to respond.
Sure. Sounds good.
And then she like turns, and she's not like sprinting, but you know, she's like kind of somewhere between fast walking and jogging up that way. So sorry, I lost track of. So Baheer's going, obviously she's going. Who else was going?
I already ran ahead between the various buildings.
Okay. What about Druge and Rubato and Alondite?
I tried to say hi. She
Sorry, I had a lapse in attention. I was writing.
No, you're good. Go one at a time, Rubato. What?
Oh, she pretty much rebuffed me when I stopped to say hi, so I wasn't planning on following. I was like, well, I'll find somebody else to talk to.
I mean, just to be clear to you, she like just focused on other things, like
yeah.
Yeah, totally fine for Rubato to interpret it that way, but I just want to make sure you know that was not me being like, no, like F you, like she like
no, yeah,
she was not hearing people at that moment.
Yeah. Rubato doesn't care that much, so
sure.
I can go find other people to talk to.
What about Druge?
Druge is actually very confused. So what just happened? So, that all came out of nowhere, and he didn't understand why one person was yelling at the other or anything like that. He thought everything was all good and happy. We survived and blah blah blah. And so he's kind of confused and kind of just follows the rest of the crowd, trying to understand what's going on. And like me, I am also confused as to what just happened and why that happened.
Yeah, so
as we can handle that another day.
Wait, what are you trying to do, sweetie?
I was trying to turn my.
Oh, then hold Alt. Yeah, so it just is a quick meta like refresher / FYI for you or anybody else who forgot or has missed it or whatever. 2 episodes ago, maybe 3, but I think 2 episodes ago, when Bridget initially sounded the retreat of the forces out front of the North Gate, everybody except for Leona and Rosalind like called retreat among their men. And Rosalind and Leona held their ground.
That's right.
Which ended up getting Leona killed. Which is part of the so like that's the context there. So then like in the moment, once the retreat was seen through, which from Rosalind's perspective, she was like, the only reason that most of those people that were retreating from the flanks survived is because I held the center. Like that's the argument that she's making. So she was like, you know, I sacrificed my friend, my my peer, Leona, like another paladin, because Rosalind's also a paladin.
Because they didn't listen.
So I sacrificed my friend, I sacrificed my men, like we made the sacrifice play like for the good of Capstone. And something weird is going on with your camera. In a weird like
You're just having a power struggle.
Yeah, like 3 FPS all of a sudden.
I don't know.
Yeah, it seems to be okay now. That was weird. So once everybody that made it in did get in back through the wall, like there was a brief tiff where like Rosalind and Bridget argued with each other, and Bridget essentially like whatever the reverse of like a field commission is, like she field like not quite demoted, but like she was essentially like leave your men under our command and get out of my sight, and like sent her away. And but Rosalind didn't listen to that. She instead went back to the church, healed Alondite, and grabbed anyone else who was like there in the church infirmary, and then like brought those men back out to help hold the gate. So like just completely disobeyed that order. So
okay. Well, I mean, then that would definitely make sense that Druge has no idea what's going on, because that happened while we were at the docks anyway. So.
Yeah, absolutely. No, so I'm explaining this more for you and for anybody else who's watching who's also like, wait, what the hell? So Bridget sees her as like insubordinate and like disobeying, commands and chain of command and whatnot, and like Rosalind sees herself as like the only one who's willing to do what needs to be done. So so they got up in each other's faces, and the flashpoint there was, of the 5 captains who died in defense of Capstone, Leona was the only paladin. There were only like 3 of them. Only like 3 of the 12 captains were paladins. So Leona was the only paladin casualty, and so Rosalind, as kind of like one last disrespect, Rosalind feels like she should be given commission of the fort that's named after Leona, fellow paladin. And they're instead giving command of that fort to Alondite.
Okay.
Was also a fellow paladin, but major practice anymore.
I think Leona and Rosalind probably knew each other a little better than you guys did.
That is true.
You're a fallen paladin.
So the other kind of undercurrent there is, for anybody who doesn't know about kind of how religion works within the Church of Banah, is you can be a paladin of Banah, which would be kind of like what probably most of you are expecting. But there are also 6 archangels in service of Banah that represent different aspects of his goodness. And kind of like how within like Christian sects, like Catholics, like pray to certain saints and like the Virgin Mother Mary and some of those things also, whereas like that's not an organization that some other like Protestant organizations do. So this is structured a little bit more like that, to where people also like pray to the angels. And so each of those angels, like I said, kind of aspect or represents an aspect of Banah's goodness. And I actually need to look for Leona. I don't remember off the top of my head. But Rosalind is a paladin specifically devoted to the Archangel Ashare, who is the Archangel of Passion. So that's kind of like her guiding, which came first, the chicken or the egg? Like, was Rosalind always kind of that way, and that thus she aligned with veneration of Ashare, or or did she become that way after venerating Ashare? Like, only somebody who knew her as a child would potentially know the answer to that. But either way, that's kind of how those things line up, and why she's a little bit more prone to getting into the thick of things versus some other people that you guys have interacted with.
Bless you.
Thank you.
Oh, absolutely, Music Man. I put a fair amount of work in to set things up so both of them are right.
Yeah, I'm just gonna follow Druge. Just be, I don't know what that was all about either. You want to get something to eat?
But yeah, so I mean, I know everything now, but yeah, Druge is still super confused. So he kind of just follows the rest of the crowd and is asking like, "Hey, what's going on? Why are we fighting each other after successfully defending Capstone?"
Sure. So, I mean, from any just random peasant that you're like bumping shoulders with as you all kind of like bump along up towards the church, you're going to get somewhere between nothing and very little of any of that information. Yeah. But, broadly speaking, like, I guess kind of the undercurrent would probably just be like, I don't know, it's exciting, and like we don't know what's going to happen, and it sounds like something, I mean, the majority of people that live here are human, and the majority of humans tend to worship Banah, and some people who are non-human worship Banah. So the vast majority of people who live in Capstone would be worshippers of the faith. So I guess there's also kind of like that aspect of like, oh, like this is an inflection point for like the Church of Banah here in Capstone. Yeah, how that would be communicated to you in the moment as a like mass of people is like, several hundred people is like flowing up north toward the church is probably more of just kind of like an undercurrent of like excitement and church things is probably kind of like what Druge gets out of that question. What do you think? Are you going to go with the crowd or are you going to go with Rubato?
Probably just follow the crowd.
Okay. So what about Rubato? Are you going to follow Druge or are you going to go get something to eat?
I'll go get something to eat.
Okay. And Alondite, what are you doing?
I am going to the church.
I grabbed her and started moving. It was not, well, I guess I was sort of. Wait, did you have Amina with you at the gathering?
Yes.
Got it. Okay.
I had just dismounted her and
got it.
Put her up a poster.
All right. So there's definitely kind of like strata to what's going on here, like because there's way too many people to fit in the church or potentially further out into the courtyard or whatever. So like the general masses are probably not being held out completely, but there's some crowd control going on. Like people are trying to keep from there's like a couple, like a cleric and a paladin kind of out front trying to keep people organized and keep people from like pushing or getting too many people in or whatever. But like obviously when Bridget gets up there, like they let her through. Like Baheer's going with Bridget. As you are starting to approach, it is sounding like the majority of the activity, like the action, if you will, is actually happening in the courtyard. So, like those of you that are here that are not Baheer or Bridget, you could either try and follow Bridget in, or you could try and get a spot, like essentially like peeking over the wall there, because the wall's like 4 or 5 feet high. It's not a super wall.
Courtyard?
Yeah. Also, I thought I saw Druge. Where is he?
Wait, where?
I saw you moving at one point.
He's here
Yeah,
at the beacon.
This building.
On the beacons.
Yeah, I'm flying around the air right now.
I try to hoist myself.
Oh, yeah, keep going. Keep going that way.
Wait, I'm disoriented with the map right now.
Yeah, no, you're good. I made it here.
Okay.
Yeah.
Oh, not on the roof, though.
Hey.
Okay, so Scath-Bais is gonna try and
I'm gonna be smart and go around to like the ladders that lead up to the other wall and just watch from up here.
Oh, okay.
Where'd it go?
Big brain.
I don't know what you did. Oh, there you are. You're back here.
How?
I don't know. All right. So what about Druge and Alondite? You trying to follow in on Bridget's heels? Or are you gonna try and grab a spot outside?
Well, I'm following on Bridget's heels.
Okay.
I'm just gonna stay outside.
Okay. Are you getting up on the wall like Scath-Bais did, or are you just gonna kind of look over the stone wall?
I get up on the wall.
Okay. So as far as what's out there, unfortunately, it's just one of the things that had to get cut. I wanted to do like an actual design of this, but there is a bit of a garden and there are a couple of trees and whatnot, but there's also a lot of like pavers down. There's one central fountain in the middle here, which is featured a couple of times, like when Rubato swore his oath with Leona and Lloyd and whatnot. But also there are like along this wall and this wall, there are 3 additional fountains each wall that like feature a statue of an angel that's like standing and holding like a bowl or censer out of which the water is like flowing down into the fountain at their feet.
But before we walk in, I'm gonna drink the healing potion that I have.
Oh, right, because
Okay.
you're pretty hit.
I'm pretty beat up still.
Okay. Hold on one second, because that was a special potion, so I need to look
It
that up
was a
really
special
fast.
potion. I hope it doesn't make me ginormous and then it's awkward
Oh god, where did I write that? Oh wait, here it is. Found it.
or it's gonna give me like haste or something and I move like super fast for some reason all of a sudden.
Okay. So it was, I don't remember exactly how I worded it, but broadly you were told that it was a special, like, you know, custom like potion of cure light.
Custom healing potion, yes.
So I want you to
Oh dear.
I want you to roll D10, which is worth noting that normal
A
healing
D10.
potion. Yeah, normal potions of cure light wounds would be D.
Oh,
Nailed it.
oh. Damn it.
Apparently, keeping it bottled for so long has.
That's what I get, huh?
That's amazing. Okay.
I've been scammed. Look at Alondite. I'm like, this thing didn't make me feel any better at all.
Did you check the best before date?
So all right,
It's
so
magic.
now also go ahead and roll the normal D8.
Okay. 6.
Okay. So I'm not going to explain this. I'll leave you to theorize however you will, but you regain 5 hit points.
Okay.
Sorry, my own notes on it weren't quite clear, so the order doesn't super matter, but I could have had you do the D8 first and then the D10, but whatever. All right, so you chug that. What does that put your health up to?
Puts me at 21. 27.
Exactly, Amraz. All right, and then you guys are going in.
Yeah.
So you guys like, you know, I'm just about to move away, but you guys go through the church and are like, you know, let through the crowd and whatnot. And like as soon as you enter out into the courtyard there, then like Rosalind was standing like not quite in the middle of the courtyard, but kind of like between the central fountain and the 3 that line the north wall there. Just kind of like generally orating to the crowd and like kind of getting people whipped up a little bit. And then like as soon as like Bridget comes riding in, which at this point, you know, she slows down a little bit. She tries to put on like a more like determined and stately like authoritative presence. She comes, bless you. She comes out here. And
Sorry, it's contagious.
right. And then as soon as Bridget like, you know, steps out here into the courtyard, those of you that have decent listen scores hear Bridget just kind of like under her breath, or not Bridget, sorry, hear Rosalind kind of under her breath as she sees Bridget be like, finally. And then like she like pretty much immediately stops like mid-sentence like what she was saying, and like turns and walks directly like into the water of the first fountain here. And like as she does that, like the crowd, like kind of everyone gathered, like kind of collectively like lets out a gasp because these are like sacred fountains. So she just like walks right like right into the fountain, stands in the water of the fountain.
That seems weird.
That for those of you that have knowledge religion, I'm not going to get into the specifics of managing who knows what or whatever. For those of you that have knowledge religion, you like will note that the first fountain here is the fountain of Chan, who is the Archangel of Justice. And she steps into the water and like kneels in the water facing the statue, like with her head under the flowing water, and starts almost kind of like, not quite chanting, but there's like something like kind of rhythmic about the way that she's speaking. And she says, "By the scales of Chan, I vow to uphold the balance of fairness, to judge with an unyielding hand, and to defend the innocent, so that justice shall not falter in my path." Like stands back up, kind of like whips around, like her hair's all wet now, so it kind of like comes around and kind of like slaps her in the face a little bit, but she like doesn't even adjust it or anything. She just like stares Bridget down, and then like walks to the like the next fountain. And then I want all of you that are here to make a listen check really quickly.
My
Oh,
best
yeah.
check.
Me too.
Oh God, sweetie.
I hear nothing.
Or
Alright.
I'm gonna call for a couple of these as we go, so get ready to do a few more times over the course of the next minute or two.
Oh,
Okay, never mind.
There we go.
Then I'll start describing there.
Alondite.
Amras, so this is obviously all of this is like a very weird thing for you, but like you know, seeing her like step into the holy fountain like that definitely kind of like clutches your heart for a second too. But you hear her like swearing to Chan, and then as she does so, as she stands, you feel like a tingling in the air, and you almost like, it's incredibly faint, but you like almost, it feels like you hear voices that aren't like the voices of the people that are here, like a deeper, more like resonant sound. You can't like make anything out. Like you start like kind of like feel.
Are they familiar to me?
Maybe not familiar, but you feel a sense of calm, which is refreshing given how the last few minutes have transpired. She steps into the next fountain, which again, to those of you that have knowledge religion, is the Archangel Saul, who is the Archangel of Truth. And again, like kneels with her head under the flowing water. And she says, "In the name of Saul, I swear to walk in the light of truth, to speak with honesty even when it cuts deep, and to unravel the shadows of deceit that threaten the world." And then, like everybody who's not Alondite, go ahead and roll that check again.
4.
So now Alondite and Scath-Bais, you guys, you become a little bit more aware. There's like a
Mine's a 25 total, if that matters.
okay. There's like a buzzing, there's like a humming in the air. Like you can feel this like kind of like rising and falling, almost throbbing, like almost like another heartbeat. And like this like sense of calm like kind of washes over you. And then she stands again and moves to the third fountain, which is a representation of Lanel, who is the Archangel of Ambition. And again, she kneels with her head under the flowing water and says, "Before Lanel, I pledge to never shy from greatness, to pursue my highest potential and to strive beyond limits for the sake of those who look to me as their shield and their guide." And then everybody who's there, who's not Scath-Bais or Alondite, go ahead and roll.
Oh my lord. 3.
Oh,
My lord. Okay. Yeah, you start to see the Druge and Baheer like I mean, like, obviously there's something impactful happening here, like socially and politically, but you're not feeling like anything particularly special beyond that here. But you're just starting to notice that more and more people are like the din of all the people surrounding this has completely faded, and people are like enraptured with what they're like with what's transpiring.
I whispered to Bridget, I don't know what the big deal is.
I don't know if she would even have a response for that, honestly.
Maybe she just ignores me.
Yeah. She's like, me neither, but I don't know if I like it. So then she moves to the eastern wall and the three fountains that are kind of positioned along here, and like steps into the fountain of Nanel, who is the Archangel of Duty, and kneels again under the flowing waters and says, "By the will of Nanel, I commit my heart to the path of duty, to serve with unwavering loyalty, and to place the needs of the many before my own."
Seeing her path in her fountain usage, seeing her go towards Nanel, before she does that, I would put my shield and sword at the entranceway and join her in a non-aggressive manner to the fountain of Nanel and kneel beside it.
Okay. Are you moving into the waters like she's doing, or just next to it?
Yeah. Just like she is.
Okay. So, yeah, here, I'll type in chat really quick if you want to.
Repeating that exact phrase.
Yeah, there you go. If you want to go ahead and do it.
Sure. By the will of Nanel, I commit my heart to the path of duty, to serve with unwavering loyalty, and to place the needs of the many before my own.
She had no idea that you were there at first. You only you, because you're so close to her, but you see her just kind of like start just a little bit as she like opens her eyes and goes to stand back up, but she just kind of like gives you a nod and then like steps back out of the fountain. Moving to the fifth of six fountains, which is the Archangel Amare, the Archangel of Courage. She kneels again and says, "With the strength of Amare, I vow to stand fearless before any foe, to rise again after every fall, and to face even the darkest of days with the courage of a lion." And I think we might have skipped a roll. Go ahead and Druge and Baheer, roll your listen checks again.
9.
15. Let me see. It's either 15 or 14.
Okay.
Listen. It is 14. Yeah.
Okay, so 14 for you, and what was it for Baheer?
9.
Ugh. If you haven't picked up on it yet, essentially it's increasing in like volume and intensity. So it's also getting a little bit easier to hear each time. So at this point, like as she steps out of I guess that I think we actually met this too. That was after the one when Alondite was with her. Then those of you who had not yet felt it, like you feel just a almost like a cannon shot. It's like, because it's surprising because you haven't been experiencing this like rising volume and intensity. Then all of a sudden you're just like almost overwhelmed with like the sound of like singing voices and this throbbing, like thrumming, like bassy feeling in your chest as she like steps out of the fountain of Nanel and then into the one of Amare.
Whoa.
For a quick second, Pixie had to abandon us for the restroom right before our grand finale here. I don't want her to miss it.
I stab her with my greatsword before she can get to the next fountain. That's it, people. Disperse.
What are the chances I actually find anywhere to eat right now?
I mean, definitely not everybody is here. There's like a couple hundred people, but there's still, the better part of 1,000 people around.
Some people got better things to do.
We were like 1 minute from the end of this scene.
What do you go to eat, Rubato?
I don't know, just some street tacos.
Ava, if you have a second, like I said, we are very mere moments from being done here.
Either that or more than likely the tavern.
You also notice, kind of as this is going on, that Rosalind's armor has started to glow. She moves finally to the fountain bound to Ashare, her matron archangel, the Archangel of Passion, and kneels again into the flowing water and says, "By the flame of Ashare, I promise to ignite the fire of my soul in all that I do, to love fiercely, to live fully, and to defend with unrelenting devotion the causes and people that we hold dear." And then as she goes to stand up and turns towards the crowd, and as she does so, because remember, again, it's been cloudy and rainy for the last couple of days, the clouds literally part above this place, and the light of the sun shines down on the courtyard where all of you are. And as she stops and turn arms out and turns her face up towards the shaft of sunlight, and then there is a great flash, and the fountain is surrounded by fire, and you hear her scream from inside the fire. It is loud, but it is brief. And then just as quickly as they were there, a couple seconds later, the flames blowing out a candle, but for this large conflagration, and you see Rosalind's kneeling again in the pool. She was standing when that happened, and she is the clouds close back together again, but there is a luminance emanating from her, and she stands slowly, and for the briefest of moments, there in kind of inclusive of the fountain and the statue of the angel in the fountain, there's a large 15-foot tall luminous being with wings and a radiant grace that you see standing over her and all of you that are here in attendance. And that angelic being holds out a hand, palm up, and as it stands there briefly, a dove flies down out of the sky and lands in the angel's hand. And she turns towards Rosalind, holding this dove, and in her hand, her being Ashara, the angel, and in a booming voice, it's loud as a modern rock concert. She does not appear to speak, but all of you hear it nonetheless. You hear a voice say, "I accept your oaths and bind you to them in the name of Banah. You are now a knight of faith." And then the angel fades, and the dove takes off from its hand and starts to fly away. And as the angel is it takes probably, I don't know, 3 to 5 seconds for it to kind of like fade out of view completely. It like turns its view slowly, like from one end of the crowd to the other, and just no particular expression on its face, just kind of like looks at everybody as it's fading. And then at the last moment before it fades, like the angel locks eyes with Alondite and smiles ever so softly, and then like fades out of existence. And we're done. That's where we finish.
You know, this puts a real damper on us punishing Rosalind.
Nah, we can still do that.
We can still beat her up.
The angel may have accepted you, but we don't.
I don't even know that I don't know nothing about these people. As far as I know, you know, it's some kind of magic projection rigmarole. Yeah, is Rubato on the other side of that wall over there? We just can't see him because he's so short, so we can't see over it.
I was actually going to roll listen to see if I could hear that booming voice. Oh, nope.
Nope.
Nope. Anyway, sorry. That's I was not expecting to stop and give the context speech that we did, which I think was probably valuable, but that did add an extra like 20 minutes into the timing that I was not expecting. So I'm sorry about that for you East Coasters, but thank you all for sticking it out. I put a ton of work into like planning the scenes for tonight, and I really wanted to get through that. It would have been really awkward to leave off without getting to finish that. So thank you all.
Yay.
I'll see everyone next Saturday.
Yeah, so obviously very quickly approaching October here. Is there anything, you know, and as we usually do, we can try and wrap that up in the Discord chat, but are there any days that anybody knows that they for sure cannot do for October?
The weekend after Canadian Thanksgiving?
I don't know when that is.
What weekend is that?
I'm not sure off the
Give
top
me a
of my
second.
head.
Let me check the calendar.
Or says I'm not a Rosalind fan. I'm curious though. Has Rosalind actually done anything to make you not like her, or just are you a Bridget fan and they are currently antagonistic towards each other?
Yes.
Because like I said, Rosalind is also right.
Says you.
Yeah, says you.
I mean, think about how many people died retreating from the flanks as it was. Imagine if the center had actually collapsed there.
I mean, to be fair, from what I recall looking at the map there, it looked like the center did collapse first. Alondite rode right through it.
That was kind of left of center. Made decisions based on passion, not information. Ah, fair enough. Okay.
He's a Sith.
Baheer over here, like, I said I would duel this person.
Wait, so you say she's a Sith?
The Knight of the Faith?
Yeah. Yeah,
that is what was said.
Which, yeah, to be clear, for a quick context there, while people are checking calendars and whatnot, like that is an ancient order that has not had knights in many hundreds of years. So like this in and of itself, even outside of the literal appearance of an archangel, like is noteworthy in that it like reestablishes an order.
Yes, we just got killer and then the ancient order knights here.
It was an ancient order once. It'll be an ancient order again.
Amen. You're not the banana.
Come on, Alondite. You did one of the 6. Get in the other pools.
I was going to ask you all to pick your favorite and jump in.
Oh.
The weekend of the 20th.
But here's pretty like with Bridget at the moment. And I don't know if he would be like, yeah, Bridget. So I was like your hype man a second ago. Let me just like go join Rosalind real quick.
Quick clarification. I am not joining a side. I am on the side of Bana.
which is on the side of Roslyn. Okay.
It's the side of peace. There is no side. It just wants everyone to be happy, damn it. Except for goblins, they don't count.
And I knew I should have taken someone undead today.
Imagine if you summoned an undead there
During this
in
ritual.
the courtyard during the ritual.
That would have been the lightning fire strike would have hit Rubato instead.
Yeah, the effect might have been a little different.
In a different light.
Yeah.
Look, guys, I'm a knight too.
For about 0.3 seconds.
Yeah, he burns a lot.
So, yeah, obviously the most immediate question is, and again, we can confirm in a day or two here, but are there people that think that they might actually be able to do the 5th, or is there anybody who definitely cannot do the 5th, like next weekend?
I cannot.
Okay. You know about any of the
It's
other
family
centers?
day. Oh, I don't know about any other weekend.
Okay. No, that's fine.
But that weekend is family day for the unit that someone's a part of, so I won't be here.
Yeah, no worries. And that buys us a little bit of time. Obviously, then we have like a week or so to kind of negotiate out the other weekends. So,
I mean, Mercy knows my availability for the 12th and the 19th, so.
yeah, if it were to somehow work out to play on the 12th and the 19th, Rocket will be at our house. So we might be able to have a little bit of
Rubato and I are making a plan as well.
Party.
Well, Mendez and I are making a plan as well. To watch the 13th Warrior and have a Viking feast.
That would be awesome.
And since Rocket's going to be in town, we figured it'd be really fun to do it when Rocket was in town. So
Yeah.
That would be fun.
Yeah, that would be cool.
whichever of the weekends that we're not, I guess we could probably work around that.
Okay.
But-
Yeah, we'll hash out the rest of the details. Just make sure, please, to keep an eye, at least every couple days on that chat so we don't get to, awkwardly late in that week before we can make a commitment on the 12th.
Mm-hmm.
Because especially, I would assume that the weekend of the 2nd, which I guess is not an October weekend, technically, whatever, the weekend of the 2nd of November is going to be Halloween weekend for a lot of folks. So that probably won't. So awesome. Thank you, everybody. A lot of super cool scenes today. I had a ton of fun with all of the characterization that you all did. And, now we get to do some other fun stuff. Get to design a freaking fort. So that's going to be cool.
Yay, fort. Do we know where?
So they're going to
on the map?
allocate you a budget for that. And there's like a whole process for there's costs associated with like various barracks or a tower or type of wall you want and whatever. So then who knows? Maybe you just decide, I just really want a stone wall and everybody else can sleep in tents. Or whatever. Like you'll have a budget where obviously primarily Alondite, but I'm sure he'll want some input from the rest of you. We'll get to kind of collectively design this fort. Specifically, the style is called Mott and Bailey. If you know much about old forting, so it's definitely kind of like the lowest form of fort, but it's essentially they will mound up the dirt in the middle for a central building, and then there'll be an outer palisade wall, and then whatever other you guys decide to add to it.
Guys, we get a home base.
How fitting that we get the commander we like the least for its name.
I was a little bummed. I kind of wanted to let that sit for an extra few seconds so y'all could just really bask in how they wanted to make sure to honor you with Leona's fort. But I figured that the pacing of the scene was more valuable than the meme. But
Irony. I really didn't get along well with her. Really didn't like her at all.
No, me neither. I wasn't even a part of most of that, so I just heard the second in from you and Rubato. I was like, nope, don't like it.
Yeah. Her and Rubato were good buddies.
Rubato, you know what this means. You could build your own little gnomish library.
I mean, I didn't only do it for the memes. Like, I like the political intrigue, and also, like I said, Donella is like generally well-meaning, but perhaps a bit naive as far as political leaders go. So, like, she just legitimately was like, "Oh, they used to do quests for her. Like, great, that'll be the perfect." Like, she just there was no more thought to it than that. Like,
they should give us Randall.
So as long as there's a wizard tower with a library, we're good.
Yeah, I did think briefly about doing Randall's, but I also thought it made sense because Dunstan was Randall's superior, right? That was the chain of command. It was like Ava and her peers, and then like reported to Randall, who was one of the captains that reported to Dunstan, who was the field commander, obviously reported to Bridget. So I did think about it, but I was like, well, I think because otherwise I'm just giving a random one to Dunstan, which doesn't, I mean, sure, I guess, but that doesn't feel super great. So I was like, well, I feel like the total balance of connectedness with each of the forts that we're giving is higher if Dunstan gets Randall's. Good, Leona.
Is there an updated map for where this tower is, or is it just
Well, it doesn't exist yet. You guys will get to help location scout, and I mean it's being built from the ground up. So yeah, it is a bespoke fort.
We get to choose the location too.
Yeah, which has some mechanical effects. So I do want to do most of the designing on stream, but it probably wouldn't hurt sometime between now and when we play next, just to get together to do a quick like overview of kind of how all that works, so we're not stumbling through much.
What about an old capstone on top?
That's what I was just thinking.
What about what?
Old capstone.
Ironically, that's actually closer to where Rosalind's is going to be.
Oh,
not anymore.
See, so I will also point out the other thing there is they gave Rosalind the least favorable fort location. That's the furthest away from town. So they're also kind of like it's one of those things that's like, when is a gift not a gift? Like they say at the start of Dune. They're also kind of like distancing her a bit from Capstone.
I'm like, well, Rosalind, maybe we can, swap these. We get you can have Leona's and we can have
look a gift lord in the mouth. Or gift lady in the mouth, I suppose.
Okay.
All right.
I know where we could put it. Dead center in Goblin territory.
Dead center Goblin.
Broadly, that is the direction. Like your allotment is kind of like north-ish of Capstone, kind of somewhere between the Serpent Spine Mountains / Capstone River, and like kind of over to kind of whatever halfway between there and where Rosalind's is going to be will be kind of like general area. Like, well, here,
Alondite,
I have the button.
We can't capture them and kill them. If we're going to be killing them, we have to not have them be helpless. Remember that.
Oh my God, why? Sorry.
A map within a map.
It's doing things. Well, yeah, sometimes I want both of the maps, but it's being annoying. Now, hold on.
No prisoners. Got it.
Don't kill prisoners.
There we go.
Got it.
So, and and that map is a little bit stylized versus like the hand-drawn one. Like the town, the western edge of the town is nowhere near that close to the foothill of the Serpent Spine Mountains. There's a lot more space there. And generally the forest probably isn't like quite that close to Capstone either. But yeah, so kind of from like looking at the map, if you go to the S in mountains that you can see kind of like right in the center there, and then go west, that's like right in the center of the mountains. So if you go just like west to those foothills, then kind of like somewhere between there and kind of like due north of town. So I guess if we were putting it in like clock terms, kind of like 12 o'clock, 3 o'clock, 6 o'clock, whatever, like kind of orientation, your kind of like radii to choose from will be sort of like 10 o'clock-ish to like noon, or maybe 1 o'clock-ish, kind of like that radius around town. It's kind of the general area that they're expecting you to help defend. For how many undead Rubato can keep in his stable. I mean, you totally could get a stable. That's one of the things you can spend money on. So I would assume Alondite would want to, but there'll also be there'll be some balancing between the various things that you want and how much money you have available. So anyway, we'll get into that more next time. I think we may have actually literally put Druge to sleep, so we need to let him go. You've been a good sport, sir. Appreciate you a lot. Thank you all so much for putting on an awesome show today. I'm really looking forward to updating or to editing this one and getting it uploaded and whatnot. My goal is by the end of next week, the latest.
Good night, Druge.
Good night.
Yeah. Good night, y'all. Take care.
Good luck at Academy.
Yeah.
Thank you.
I'm super, super proud of how that went off. There were a lot of emotions tied up into like executing the vision that I had and wanting to do that faithfully to how we want to represent these characters that everybody has come to know. So it's exciting to pull that together and pull that off. That was a lot more guidance than I usually put into narrative. And, you know, for the most part, our vibe, right, is being pretty hands off and letting characters self-direct and whatnot. But I think having inflection points that inform those decisions is also important. And this just seemed like such a good opportunity to let the characters have some downtime and do some characterization, which our players did a fantastic job of. And then we got to do some real heavy narrative lifting. And I'm so, so proud of how everything worked out with the photos. I hope it was cool to watch. I had a lot of fun putting it together. We'll definitely do some more stuff like that. Everyone hating on Rosalind. You just want everyone to be friends. I think it is a more dynamic drama than the Leona bad that we had. Which, to be fair, like, we did not wave the wand and kill Leona because we thought that she was a one-dimensional antagonist. I mean, I do think she was a little bit of a one-dimensional antagonist, which is on me. But that was RNG. Every turn, we were rolling 1% chance for the field officers to get killed during the battle. And the foot fell on Leona. Just the way it was. There was a lot of randomness that resulted in that happening. Leona and Rosalind being next to each other was random. Rosalind being placed across from the Wolf Riders. That may have actually been Leona, but whatever. Either directly across from or very, very close to the Wolf Riders was RNG. Leona dying to the horrors of war was a 1% RNG. I believe in letting the dice help tell the story. I don't know that I would have come up with this dramatic scene for Rosalind if those things had not happened. I probably wouldn't.